In our committee meeting, we've had a very full day yesterday, and today looks like it's going to be a full day as well. So with that, Heather, would you call the roll, please?
Senator Cooper? Here. Senator Jones?
Here.
Senator Nethercott? Here. Senator Rothfuss? Here. Representative Campbell? Here. Representative Knapp?
Here.
Representative Larson?
Here.
Representative Lawley?
Here.
Representative Riggins?
Here.
Representative Schmidt?
Here.
Representative Tarver?
Here.
Representative Weber?
Here.
Co-Chairman Anderson?
Here.
Chairman Heiner?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. So we're going to be talking all things nuclear this morning. We've got a lot of very smart people going to be talking to us. I'm excited about that. So we will begin with our LSO office. Brian, will you give us an overview of the white paper that you prepared for the committee?
Yep. So Mr. Chairman, this is 10-01 in the online meeting materials. This is just a summary information on federal and state laws concerning the licensing and siting of nuclear-related facilities. Mr. Chairman, I'll probably jump primarily to state law. I think there are folks in the room who are extremely knowledgeable on the federal law that governs nuclear energy and nuclear facility. Just to highlight a couple of items under federal law, the Atomic Energy Act of 1954 generally gives the Nuclear Regulatory Commission the authority to issue licenses for the utilization and production facilities that produce what's defined in federal law as special nuclear material, or facilities that make or use special nuclear material. These licenses under federal law cannot exceed 40 years. They are renewable. They generally cannot be transferred. And the commission has authority to recapture or take control of a license if circumstances or statutory conditions dictate that. The commission has authority under this act to transfer oversight and regulation of three areas to a state. First, byproduct materials that are yielded incident to the process of producing or utilizing special nuclear material. Second is source material. And the third is special nuclear materials in quantities that are not sufficient to form a critical mass. The state, and Director Parfit mentioned this yesterday, has authority in two areas in agreements with or working on agreements with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission for the byproduct materials and the source material. The Atomic Energy Act specifically provides that the Nuclear Regulatory Commission maintains primacy over the construction and operation of any production or utilization facility or uranium enrichment facility, and the export from or import into the United States of byproduct material, source material, or special nuclear material. When it comes to spent nuclear storage, the Nuclear Waste Policy Act of 1982 is the primary federal law that governs this. This act generally tasks the Nuclear Regulatory Commission with the safety, security, and environmental regulations for the licensing of interim spent fuel storage installations and for cask designs for the dry storage of nuclear fuel. In 1987, Congress designated Yucca Mountain as a permanent repository, and I'll mention that a little later. There are two types of storage license. There's a general license where a licensee can receive title to and own spent nuclear fuel without regard to quantity, and then a specific license that would allow, that would be a license that allows the receipt, handling, storage, and transfer of reactor-related greater than Class C material, and that is issued to a specifically named person. Mr. Chairman, currently Yucca Mountain is basically in abeyance. There's no action on that facility. And then I would also note that the United States Supreme Court is currently considering whether the Atomic Energy Act and the Nuclear Waste Policy Act allows the commission to license private entities to temporarily store spent nuclear fuel away from the nuclear reactor sites where the spent fuel was generated. The United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit answered that question in the negative and said that neither act authorizes the commission to license those private facilities. on their own, and the Supreme Court is considering whether that decision was correct. There will likely be a decision on that by the end of June. Mr. Chairman, when it comes to state law, there's two items I would note. First, there's state law that governs advanced nuclear reactors that was enacted in recent years. It requires a state license for these advanced reactors and provides that the Industrial Siting Act applies only if those provisions do not interfere with, contradict, or duplicate any Nuclear Regulatory Commission requirements. State law requires an operator of this reactor to report to the Department of Environmental Quality before construction on the advanced nuclear reactor commences with information concerning jobs, estimated taxes that may be generated, and benefits that would accrue to the community. State law also requires the operator of a reactor to forward all reports and communications that are sent to or received from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, that all of that be sent to the Department of Environmental Quality as well. Then, Mr. Chairman, there is state law, this is 3511-1501, and that article that governs the siting of radioactive waste storage facilities. This process basically provides a pretty comprehensive path for an entity to follow if someone wants to site a facility generally away from a nuclear reactor for the storage of spent nuclear fuel. This would require an initial deposit of at least $800,000. I don't know the exact figure, but it's pegged to inflation, so that figure is higher. It requires the Department of Environmental Quality to apply to the relevant federal agencies or the United States for any funding that's available under the Federal Interim Storage Fund or the Nuclear Waste Fund. These are two accounts that the federal government has, that Congress has established for funds to provide for the storage, for the interim storage of spent nuclear fuel. The Department of Environmental Quality is required to complete a report on the environmental, social, and economic impacts of the proposed storage facility. That report is then submitted for public review, public comments, and hearings that must take place in the proposed areas. Then the department must submit a report to the legislature, after which the legislature would be required to take affirmative action to approve the siting of that storage facility. Mr. Chairman, state law also provides a list of everything that the legislature must find before approving the siting of that facility. In certain instances, really one primary instance, Mr. Chairman, the legislature has, in essence, pre-approved a storage facility. And that is in the instance where there would be storage on the site of an electrical generation facility that uses nuclear energy as its fuel. In that situation, the facility would be authorized if it's operated on the site of the reactor that's generating electricity. The facility has to receive a license from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and then a report that's required is submitted, and the operator of that facility must also comply with the requirement that anything they receive or send to the NRC must also be forwarded to the Department of Environmental Quality. Mr. Chairman, that's a pretty quick review. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. So on page 7, could you just highlight those 4 bullet points that you got, that criteria for the legislature to approve siting of a storage facility? That you've got 4 bullet points there that I think are important that we reiterate.
Yes, so Mr. Chairman, and these would be the findings that the legislature would be required to find for the approval to site a facility that's not on the site of a generation facility, so just an interim storage facility. So first, the siting, the legislature must find that the siting of a storage facility is in the best interests of the people of Wyoming. Second, the siting can be accomplished without causing irreversible adverse environmental, public health, social, or economic impacts to the state as a whole, and specifically to the local area where the proposed storage facility would be located. Third, the proposed benefits agreement, and this is, Mr. Chairman, one item I did not mention earlier, but as part of the siting of the facility, the state and the operator would, or the Department of Environmental Quality and the operator would enter into an agreement that specifies what benefits would be provided to the state in exchange for that siting. But so the third finding would be that the proposed benefits agreement is sufficient to offset any adverse impacts to the state and the local area. And then fourth, sufficient safeguards exist to provide that the authorization for the storage facility is limited to no more than 40 years. Any waste in the storage at the facility remains the property of the waste generator or the civilian reactor owner until it's transferred to permanent storage or the federal government assumes ownership. The conditions are substantially equivalent to federal law, those are and remain effective for the facility. And then finally, there's a cooperative agreement between the state and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to provide for state regulation of that facility.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. Committee, any questions for LSO? Any questions? Co-Chairman Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, that last sentence on that about to provide for state regulation of the facility, is that, we don't take primacy of that facility, but we've got to take regulation, we got to furnish regulation for the facility, not the NRC?
So Mr. Chairman, Chairman Anderson, I'm not sure exactly how that subparagraph would actually play out. I think you're correct. Generally, that facility is going to have a license from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. The way I would read it is, there's some sort of cooperative agreement that, the state would be able to, in some method or form, regulate that facility. At least that's what the statute says.
Follow up, Chairman?
No.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Fuller, for that information. I failed to recognize other legislators that are in the room. We appreciate them being here. Representative Lloyd Larson is here. Raise your hand. And Representative Lisa Campbell, I saw her come in, back in the very back. So thank you for being here. And if we do anything wrong, please shout out to us that we're doing something wrong here. Okay, now we'll go on to Mr. Ryan Alexander from the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Mr. Ryan, thank you. You're going to be with us most of the day, Mr. Alexander.
It seems to be the case, yes.
Well, thank you for being here. And if you would state your name for the record for us, please, and please proceed with your testimony.
It'll turn green.
Thank you.
You got to have the right fingerprint.
Yes, the right fingerprint. Again, Ryan Alexander, United States Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Thank you very much, Chairs Anderson and Reiner, for the opportunity to present before you today. If you give me just a second here, they want me to try to drive the slides from my end, so I'm going to attempt to do so. Maybe. And fingers crossed. I don't know if it's coming up.
While we're doing
Heather, will you
that,
take care of that? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Alexander, we have another legislator just entered the room. We just want to recognize you, Jamie Lean, Representative Lean from the Casper area.
I'm going to go ahead and stop. Thank you. I'll let Heather go there. Chairman, I've provided slides to all of you ahead of time, so for the interest of time, I'll go ahead and get started. I do appreciate your opportunity to speak before you today. I am the Regional State and Government Liaison Officer from the NRC's, or the Nuclear Regulatory Commission's, Region 4 office, which is located in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. The NRC's Region 4 region is quite vast, covers 22 states of the western United States, including obviously the great state of Wyoming. Also, I have three or four individuals with me today, remotely joining me if I get challenged by a question that you all may have for me. We have a lot of subject matter experts in the NRC, and I can only put so much in this head at one time. Two of the individuals are from our Office of Nuclear Security and Incident Response, those being Alexander Sapuntis and Doug Garner. And then from our Office of Nuclear Materials Safety and Safeguards, John Chow Wen, Project Manager in our Storage and Transportation Branch, and David Strack. David is our Senior Project Manager also in that same office. David actually is joining us from Vienna, Austria this afternoon for him. He is representing the United States and the NRC at a series of meetings with the International Atomic Energy Agency, but he is absolutely one of the most foremost knowledgeable individuals in the agency on radioactive material transportation, so I really appreciate David joining us today. And we thank you all for, Mr. Chairman, for asking us to come back before you again. We were before this committee back in October talking about a variety of licensing activities that we cover by the NRC, and I'd just like to hop right in if that's okay. If I can go to the next slide.
Please proceed.
Thank you. All right, these are the topics. I do want to give a quick history on the NRC and then the various topics of current fuels and potential new nuclear fuels, the what is the spent fuels, and what is the storage items, and then the transportation topics. Next slide, please. So the Nuclear Regulatory Commission is a independent federal agency led by 5 Senate-confirmed, presently appointed Senate-confirmed commissioners. We have about 2,800 staff members across our headquarters office outside DC and the 4 regional offices, including the Texas office from where I come from. Following World War II, the Congress initially in 1946 established the Atomic Energy Commission, gave the initial functions for atomic energy at the civilian level. But really in 1954, as the LSO noted, gave the first time the development of nuclear power was really an option at a commercial level in the nation. But it assigned the action to the AEC at the time to both encourage the use of nuclear power and regulate its safety. However, through the 50s and into the 60s, those became challenges, right? There was a real question of whether or not a single agency should be both promoting and regulating the safe use of radioactive material. And so in 1974, Congress, in its infinite wisdom, decided to split those functions into 2 different federal agencies, one becoming the Nuclear Regulatory Commission when we started in January of 1975. So yes, we're 50 years old. And then the other function for the promotion of nuclear power and other functions went to originally the Energy Research and Development Administration, which later became the United States Department of Energy. Next slide. So the NRC's original mission statement was essentially one of safety and security, both to the public health and the environment. The original mission statement was expanded based on the recently passed and signed by the President Advance Act of 2024, and it directed our agency to review and revise the longstanding mission statement. You can see here that the new statement is more forward-looking and includes recognition of new technologies that are under the NRC's responsibilities, and that we must be efficient and reliable in executing our regulatory functions, including relative to inspection and licensing. It's important to note that even though the mission statement is forward-looking, the NRC still does not promote the use of nuclear energy or the use of radioactive material in other forms, but rather we regulate the use of radioactive material across various technologies. We will always be focusing on safety and security first and foremost. Next slide. So, as I mentioned at the beginning, before we really jump into, spent nuclear fuel and transportation thereof, the real question that always seems to come up is, what is nuclear fuel? So I want to take a couple moments on that to describe of what it is currently in the reactors, as well as what are we looking potentially at with new applications for new reactors moving forward. Next slide, please. So the current fleet of commercial nuclear power plants in this country are all what we call light water reactors, which is that they utilize a form of uranium to produce a controlled chain reaction called fission that splits the uranium atoms, releasing energy and transferring heat to the water flowing through the system. That heated water then is either directly or indirectly creates steam, and the steam powers or spins a turbine, which is then connected to a generator that then produces the electricity. However, when it comes to natural uranium, most natural occurring uranium is over 99% by mass made up of the uranium-238 isotope. Uranium-238 doesn't really work well for most light water reactors, and so it has to be concentrated, or we call it enrichment, right? To pick up what's the other small amount of uranium-235. Naturally occurring mined ore has about 0.7% uranium-235 in its constituents, and so it has to be enriched or concentrated up to uranium-235 to be able to use in a nuclear power station. Current fleet uses enrichment levels about 2.5 to 5% enrichment in the 235 isotope. That is what you commonly hear referred to as low enriched uranium. That enriched uranium is then chemically transformed into a uranium dioxide. Most of the fuel currently used by those nuclear power plants utilize a conventional uranium dioxide fuel in a ceramic cylindrical pellet, as seen in the picture on the left here on the slide. Those pellets are pretty small, about 3/8 of an inch by about 5 inches in length. Those pellets are then stacked and contained in metal tubes made of zirconium or possibly other alloys that are then backfilled with an inert gas and sealed. These are commonly called a fuel rod or a fuel pin. And the picture on the right shows a whole layer of multiple of those fuel rods sitting next to each other. Finally, those fuel rods and pins are assembled in a matrix supported by stainless steel plates and other connecting rods into a typical reactor fuel assembly. That's the picture in the middle. And that typical fuel assembly is 12 to 14 feet in length, depending on the reactor design in length, and in the current plants. That fuel assembly, along with about several hundred others, are arranged in a sealed reactor vessel, along with control rods and other instrumentation, where the fission reaction is then carefully controlled and monitored by trained and licensed reactor operators, who, by the way, are separately licensed by the NRC as well, to control the reactor and operate the 60 or so odd nuclear power plants currently operating in the United States. A typical light water reactor, if you want to add that all up, may have as many as 10 million of the fuel pellets that are in the left in one reactor core that are then stacked into the rods, that are put into the assemblies, that are put into the vessel, closed up, and is operating at 2.5 to 5% enrichment. Next slide. All right, so looking forward, right? Most of the significant departures from the current fuel products being considered for use are in the non-light water reactors. And what those are, non-light water reactors use something other than water as the medium to transfer the heat produced from the energy releasing during the uranium fission reaction, okay? And it may be an inert gas, or it may be molten salts. Molten salts is what is the proposed and anticipated design for the natrium reactor, is a molten salt design. There are several fuel types that are out there that are being considered. One that you may have heard about is called tristructural isotropic, or TRISO, TRISO fuel, and that's seen on the picture on the left. And that picture is an interesting picture because that first little one that sort of is a cutaway, that is the very teeny little, poppy seed size fuel. It's uranium-235 in the very middle, multiple layers of ceramic coatings over the top of it, encapsulating the uranium in that. And then those are then compiled into multiple ceramic coatings, so then either put into a pellet like the conventional, or into something that may be more akin to like a billiard ball in terms of size. And they are all packed into that. TRISO manufacturing capability now exists in the U.S., though it's not fully entered into large-scale commercial use yet. But given that there are several companies that are advancing towards applications to the NRC using TRISO fuel, that we anticipate that forward. As a matter of fact, we have an application for a fuel cycle facility that I believe is being pursued on that, specifically to make TRISO fuel for those type of reactor designs. The other type of fuel that's being considered is metallic fuels, and those can take different forms that It's usually a solid fuel rod mixture of uranium and zirconium metals, surrounded by a cladding, as shown in the middle picture there. And it's just a cartoon graphic, if you will. Or there's another type that's out there that's sort of, if you will, a Twizzler type design, such that the uranium zirconium metal is shaped into a helical shape and with cladding bonded directly to the fuel. Note that the Chemerer Natrium reactor application does indicate they'll be using a metal fuel design of one nature or another. That part of the application is still under review. And then finally, and I don't have a picture for this because it's hard to show a picture of this, molten fuel. This is a little odd to think about, but Abilene Christian University in Texas recently received an approval from my agency on its construction permit to build a prototypical research reactor that operates molten salt fuel. That is, uranium is in a molten form as well, along with the salts, all within the reactor vessel. And it's both a medium and a moderator and the transfer mechanism. It's a very unique design, but it's moving forward. So TRISO fuels, metal fuels, molten fuels, all very different in that respect. The other key takeaway I'd like to point out here is that most of the non-light water reactor applicants planning to use those type of fuels have stated that they will need up to 19.75% enriched in uranium-235. Recall, current fleet is at 2.5 to 5%. They're going to need up to 19.5, That may be referred to, at least by name by the Department of Energy, as HALEU, high assay, low enriched uranium, for those designs. So that's another term you may hear floating out there. Next slide. I'll make the point again on a future slide, and as mentioned by LSO, there is currently not a permanent repository in the United States in operation for the disposal of spent nuclear fuel. Coming out of the Energy Policy Act and just the economics, if you will, and the need to have enough space on the sites to move fuel that was used in the reactor, it moves into a spent fuel pool, which I'll describe here in a second. You're starting to fill up your spent fuel pool. You didn't have any more storage location. So in the mid-'80s, several reactor licensees came to the NRC under the authority of the Waste Policy Act, and we licensed the first independent spent fuel storage or dry cask storage facilities. The first one was loaded in 1986, where they literally moved the fuel from the pool into a dry cask storage, and then that fuel is still then moved out to a facility adjacent to the nuclear reactor, and that fuel is still there today, okay? The next portion of the presentation is going to focus on what is spent fuel storage overall. Next slide, please.
Before you,
Yes, please. Yes, Senator. Excuse me, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, that Yucca Mountain fuel storage, is there problems with that besides political? Is it just political why we're not using that?
The bottom line, and I'll mention, thank you for the question, Chairman Anderson. The bottom line is the NRC completed most of our safety review associated with that as late as 2017. We have, and I mentioned it later on, like 15 volumes of our safety evaluation. However, at this point in time, we've been asked to not move any further forward. The Department of Energy has essentially pulled and, if you will, abated the application, and so we've done most, if not all, of our safety work related to the review. It's just a matter of that the applicant, in this case, Department of Energy, wanting the application to continue forward, and that is, yes, I believe, is somewhat driven by the direction of the administration as a nation.
Follow up?
Go ahead.
What kind of time frame would it be if the administration decided they wanted to move ahead with permanent storage facility there?
You know, I thank you for the question, Chairman Anderson. I appreciate it. I think that's actually a question I'd have to ask point blank to the Department of Energy. I couldn't tell you what it would take to, start the additional building and the build out to be able to start taking fuel on. We would have to continue some additional licensing actions that I don't have a specific number on that because, again, it's been in abeyance for a while. We'd have to look at it if and when that application was to come forward. Thank you for the question.
Mr. Alexander, there are some countries in Europe that are coming online with some permanent repositories right now. How long were they in process of being built? Just give us an idea of that time frame.
You know what? That is actually one of those questions that I may, of course, it just kicked me out of the webinar. I may need to actually look to one of my counterparts, if I may, point to one of my counterparts. Do any of my counterparts in the NRC have an answer for that question? And please introduce yourself to the chairs.
I think they vacated the scene.
Fine, can you hear me? This is Alex.
I think I heard that was Alex. Please, sir, go ahead.
Yeah. So my name's Alex Apundes. Of course, I work at the NRC in the Office of Nuclear Security and Incident Response. I do not have a question. I do not have an answer to that question. However, we are having some technical issues with some of our other subject matter experts being on the line, John Chow and Doug Garner. So I'm just alerting you to that fact right now.
Okay.
Let's continue.
If it'd be expectable, we'll take that question back and return back with the response back to the committee afterwards. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Representative Rubin.
Ryan, can you hear Strack?
Yes, we can hear you.
David, yes, sir.
To the question, just I visited years ago South Korea, and I on a tour.
You're breaking up for us.
Chairman, we'll go ahead and take that question back, and we'll come back to you for the interest of time. David, thank you for attempting to connect there. We're just not hearing you on this end. Thank you, sir.
Representative Tarver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a follow-up to the previous question there, if Yucca Mountain was, let's say we kicked it in and fast forward and it's up to speed, will it hold all of our nuclear waste that we presently have in the U.S.?
My understanding from the application is intended that it would be the primary repository for all of the fuel that's currently been used in the, say, 50, 60 years of operation of the nuclear power plants in the United States, and potentially more.
Chair Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, in the follow-up, would you also follow up what it would take to put Yucca Mountain in operation? How much time we're talking about, please?
Understood, and I understand the question. Thank you for the question, Chairman.
Any other questions? Representative
Thank you,
Weber.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. With Yucca Mountain, were there any leaks in that facility? Or,
So the facility, Chairman, the question is there any leaks in the Yucca Mountain facility? The facility is not operational, so it's not, I can't speak to whether there's any specific leaks. You know, our evaluation of the safety capabilities of that facility, you know, we've got it documented in, like I said, about 5 different volumes, several thousand pages. And they looked at multiple different aspects related to the seismology, the geology of that permanent repository. Any specific leaks, to be honest with you, I can't tell you definitively, but again, it's based on an assessment of an application. Because the facility is not operational, I can't say if anything specifically is developed in the 15 years since we've started looking at that process.
Follow-up?
follow-up, Mr. Chairman? Thank you. I think I heard you state that Yucca Mountain, if it comes online, it would hold the current, any fuel that's in the U.S. for the last 50 years. What about the next 50?
Thank you for the question, Chairman and Representative. The Yucca Mountain was designed for the ongoing at the time. I believe there was additional capacity that was intended to be included in Yucca Mountain. I believe that is within our information. If I may include that in the follow-up, what was the intended licensed capacity of the Yucca Mountain facility moving forward, if that'd be acceptable in the response after the.
And Mr. Alexander, just to be clear, no fuel has been stored in Yucca Mountain at this.
Correct. All fuel that has ever been used in the United States commercial plants are all either either being used currently in the reactors, in their spent fuel pools, or, which I'll describe here in a second, or in dry cask storage at the facilities in which they are either operated or formerly decommissioned locations.
Okay, please continue.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, we have. Of
course.
Representative Knapp.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Alexander, so not to focus on Yucca Mountain because I don't believe that will ever be a repository now, if that state has anything to do with it. But So it was designed to hold about 77,000 metric tons in its current design. What is the nationwide holdings of nuclear waste and tonnage?
And I do apologize, Chairman, I appreciate the question. I don't have it in tons. There are currently, let's see here, I actually have that on one of my slides later on, so if you don't give me a second here. I've got it in terms of assemblies. There's currently about 4,300 dry casks across the nation, holding about 188,000 assemblies. We can work to see what that is in tonnage and compare it to that value that I committed to get back to you on. But that's the value that I have handy for me today.
Follow-up. The numbers I've heard is a little over 100,000, but, and we're producing about 2,000 tons a year in waste now. So,
Yeah,
okay, thank you.
understood. Chair.
Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could just touch on the alternative fuels we talked about earlier, TRISO fuel. TRISO fuel's been the one most talked about with what we have proposed. So is TRISO fuel right now, is it, I'll say commercially available to the people who get application for it, or however that's done? Do they have the capability now to produce that fuel for in the next couple of years, should any of these projects go forward that would proposing to use that fuel?
Thank you for the question. The short answer on that is while I understand, and Chairman, while I understand the Department of Energy there have been some, I'll call it pilot projects to produce some small quantities of TRISO fuel. A full application is before the NRC for a facility to produce TRISO fuel. State of Tennessee, I apologize, I had to think about that, to go forward. So in terms of short term, no, but that application is before the NRC for a facility. Or will be soon.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's continue.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. I knew this would be fun. All right, let's look at this slide here. Every nuclear reactor currently has one or more robust storage pools to store and initially cool and shield the reactor fuel that has been used in the reactor. The fuel in each of the current fleet, each bundle is used about 3 operating cycles, and depending on the type of reactor, an operating cycle is between 1.5 to 2 years in length. So if you figure 3 cycles, about 4.5 to 6 years of operational use in a reactor core, and then once it's used, it's put in a spent fuel pool and cooled. Some points to point out here. The pools are very robust structures, as I mentioned before, very thick steel reinforced concrete walls with stainless steel liners. They have a large safety margin, including about 20 feet of water above the top of the fuel, giving the plant operators time to correct any problems that may arise. So the pool is not just 20 feet in depth, it's 20 feet plus about 15, 16 for that whole length of each assembly. So we're talking several tens of feet of pool, several thousand gallons of water in that pool that is actively cooled to keep the fuel cool and cool down over time. And it may also be constructed below ground level, shielded from other structures, or shielded or surrounding walls that would protect it from external impacts. The common question that comes up a lot when it comes to spent fuel is how long does the spent fuel have to stay in a pool, right? Well, the bottom line answer is it depends, and I'm sorry, a regulator is going to give you an answer, it depends. It actually depends based on the technology and the dry cast system that the company, the licensee, would want to use. So they have to, they go to a vendor and say, okay, we want to have a dry cast storage system from you, potentially you, on our site. Vendor has several design parameters that they have to look at to decide, okay, how long does the fuel have to stay in the pool before it can go into dry cast storage? And things like the type of fuels that coming from one or the two of the different technologies currently in use, the fuel size, the fuel condition, is it intact? Did it have minor damage? The other key element is fuel burnup, which is a measure of the energy extracted from the nuclear fuel when it was in the reactor itself. And then what we call decay heat, the amount of thermal heat still coming off of the fuel, even when it's in the pool. That all fits into the question of how long in the pool. Typically, 1.5, one-ish years, up to 5 or more years. It has varied over the years. So there is some definite time on how long it's been in each pool. So that's the, if you will, initial spent fuel storage location is a spent fuel pool. Next slide, please. Slide 10. The NRC is responsible for licensing and overseeing the interim storage of spent nuclear fuel and the certification of the dry cask storage designs for spent fuel in the United States, as previously mentioned. The NRC establishes regulations for licensing independent spent fuel storage storage facilities, also known as ISFSIs, or we like to turn it into a word, ISFSIs. So I apologize if I inadvertently go to the ISFSI term. And we also certify the actual dry cask storage designs themselves. Those regulations establish a set of designs, analyses, and operational requirements for safe operations of the storage facilities and of the dry storage casks themselves. Excuse me. And we inspect and oversee these storage facilities throughout their entire life cycle, right? Construction through decommissioning of the storage system at a given location. And as I also noted, we oversee and inspect the manufacturers of the certified dry cask storage cask systems to ensure that they comply with their approved quality assurance program. So not only where it's installed, we go back to the manufacturer making these cask systems, which I'll show you here in a second, and at their manufacturing facility, and we do evaluations and inspections of their locations as well to make sure they're meeting all the quality assurance requirements. And overall, we have an enduring oversight over these storage locations. Some pictures here, actually, this is a great point. Top picture on the upper right there, it's a little small, and I apologize for the committee, you've got it in front of you. That is actually a picture of a filled cask being lifted out of a pool, and it's being sprayed down. The fuel has already been put inside, sealed, and it's being lifted out of the pool and going through what we call the drying. It will come out, sit next to the spent fuel pool, and it'll go through a drying process where they'll literally vacuum suck out all the water and then backfill with an inert gas. And that's how the cask and how the fuel will sit for the time in which it's in the cask, is in a dry system. That's a picture of it just coming out of a spent fuel pool. The middle picture is a picture of of a representative typical storage facility, and you'll see more pictures of those in where you have the concrete overpacks, including the fuel casks. And then the loading of the fuel cask on the bottom picture is into a horizontal storage facility. That you can have them either vertical or horizontal, and I'll talk about that here in 2 slides or so. And it's one of the several designs that we actually authorize for use. Next slide, please. That slide depicts the locations of the independent spent fuel storage installations across the country as licensed by the NRC. That's 82 locations, 36 states. Nearly all are co-located at either currently operating or formerly operating nuclear power stations. For example, the 2 markers in the state of Nebraska, your neighbors to the east, or one of your neighbors to the east. One of the markers is at the currently operating Cooper Nuclear Station. The other marker is for the formerly operating Fort Calhoun Nuclear Power Station. Fort Calhoun Station chose that the operators chose to shut that unit down in 2016. It is undergoing decommissioning, and all of the fuel at that location has now been moved from the spent fuel pool and is all in this dry cask storage on site. Based on the most recent update, and I mentioned this earlier, there are approximately 4,300 casks loaded with just under 188,000 fuel assemblies nationwide at those 82 locations. Next slide. Wanted to point out, Mr. Chairman, I provided, along with my slides, a brochure entitled Spent Fuel Storage. That's the olive green brochure that I provided to LSO before coming out here today. And I'll show a slide at the very end that has a QR code and a web address on how you get to that. It has more details of what some of the stuff that I'm going to speak to here, but I think it's a really good illustrative document that we put out, I think about 2017 or so, that talks about spent fuel storage overall, and it's a great tool that we actually use in terms of communicating with the public on this topic. You know, our staff that was out here in October did talk about our overall licensing process, so I'm not going to get at that in depth, and LSO talked about it in part. But to be very clear, our licensing process for spent fuel storage systems and ISFSIs are all contained, in Title 10 of the Code of Federal Regulations, Part 72, and there are several specific parts in terms of the licensing process for either general or site-specific licensed facilities, as well as the overall process in which we approve the certificates of compliance for the individual cask systems. And that's a key point that I want to talk to. We talk about them as casks, and you'll see a picture here in a second. It's really the whole system. It's the storage cask, the transfer cask, and the storage module in which they are placed. NRC issues a certificate of compliance for a cask design to a cask vendor if the review of the design finds it to be technically adequate. The cask certificate is valid up to 40 years from the date of issuance, and the certificate may be renewed for an additional 40 years, provided that the licensee implements an aging management program to ensure that the important to safety functions of the dry cask storage will be maintained throughout the period, throughout the renewal period at least. And on that point, when we say the safety functions, the most important aspect of the safety function, there's really four. It's the containment of the material. It's not going to get out. That heat is able to be, the remaining residual heat that may be in the fuel is being dissipated appropriately as the fuel continues to cool down over time. The radiation, any radiation emanating from the casks is appropriately reduced and low so that workers or the public would not be unduly exposed. And then there's also another function about retrievability for long-term if it is at some point transported and put in a repository. So let's move to the next slide. Oh, unless there's a question.
Question down here. Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Briefly on the licensing, from application to approval, time span, roughly.
Thank you for the question, Chairman. The overall licensing processes are roughly 36 months on our timeline is the rough period. But again, that also is contingent on a high quality application from the applicant, good interactions. We encourage our potential applicants to engage with the agency in what we call pre-licensing engagement to make sure we understand what their intentions are, what their general design is, and it gives us a sort of a preview of what they're looking at. But if we have a good quality application, roughly 36 months.
Quick follow-up. And I'm just talking about the storage part of the portion of it, correct? Thank you. That's all.
Okay, Representative Knapp and then Representative Campbell.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Alexander, I knew this was going to be a day of education for me, so while we're on the casks, can you help me understand the difference between the pools, which would be like Canford, dry cask storage, and at some point they call them thin canisters. I think about 2014 we switched to a thicker canister based on some indications that those thin ones might not be sufficient in both weld design and thickness. Can you explain that?
Yes, thank you for the question, Chairman. Chairman, the question of casks, overall, the agency have, established just the safety design for these casks, right? And there, admittedly, over the decades, since mid-'80s or so, there have been several companies that have come in with different cask designs, and we've gone through those. And throughout the period, we have ensured that those cask designs, as loaded, would meet the safety standards of the agency in total, right? And we're talking about the inner casts themselves, the steel that is where the material is held into, and I'll mention that here in a moment, as well as the systems themselves. Different companies have come in with different thicknesses of designs. There's not I'll just be blunt, there's not a one size fits all, provided that they can demonstrate to us that the safety of those casks are appropriate to store the fuel for that period of license. So a characterization as thin versus thick, bottom line is when we did the safety evaluation, we determined that whatever the application came in, they were appropriate for the design and the period of storage.
Follow-up?
So if you did find that there were, say, cracks or problems with welds, what would be, since it's 40 years for the license basically for that, what would be the resolution for a problem canister going forward?
Thank you for the question, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the answer on that is if, and that's the key point, there's been no there's been no identified cracks or design problems with any of the loaded casks in the nation. The 4,300 casks that are loaded, there have been no designs that would represent a significant challenge to require some action either on the part of the NRC or an applicant to, hypothetically need to move the fuel from a cask into another at this point in time. So, but that would be a potential long-term situation is potentially move the cask back into a spent fuel pool, do a transfer into another cask and go from there. There has not been the need to do so, though.
Okay, Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Alexander, for being here. My question, as far as storage goes, has to do with your PDSA. I assume that storage is included in that when you guys complete that, correct?
In terms of the preliminary design?
Yeah, well, I'm most concerned with the environmental end because while I understand the storage, my biggest concern is when this waste is being transported. Now I look, what is it? If I'm looking at this right, it's new Reg 1555 that is over transport. I get a little lost with the chain of command between the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the DOT. It seems like there's a lot of different functions that are scattered amongst different divisions. So I have a hard time figuring out exactly who's responsible for what. But as far as nuclear waste goes, high-level nuclear waste, what this company is proposing is to put in a nuclear charge with the TRISO fuel on location in Wyoming. Then that vehicle will drive on its own, 70-ton vehicle, will leave Wyoming's highways, go to wherever location it's assigned to. It'll produce power for 5 years. At the end of that 5 years, we have high-level nuclear waste. This is not coming back in a pig. This is not coming back in a transport canister. It's not in a cask. This is coming back in the kaleidoscope, I think is what they call it. So my concern is what have we done? Because that is your authority, that is your directive, as you said, for health and safety. Where is the safety when these vehicles are coming back, when these SMRs are coming back from whatever task with spent nuclear fuel inside that? Where is the safety there? Because I've looked at Radiant's plan, and I absolutely love the idea of their generator. But what I'm seeing is graphite and zirconium, which is very fragile, inside of a pressure vessel that has an air sleeve inside of another pressure vessel. What securities do we have in the state of Wyoming? I'm not saying that this, I understand there's only these little grape seeds, everything, and that would not be like a Chernobyl level incident, but I do believe it would be along the line of a dirty bomb. So in Wyoming, with these transporting up and down, I'm going to give you a little geography. Wyoming is one of the states that has water that flows into the Arctic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, and the Gulf of Mexico. We are the source of the rivers that flow through this nation. So has the kaleidoscope itself, because I've worked in the oil field for a long time, I've seen pressure vessels take some terrible abuse. Hypothetically, have they gone through the fire test, the drop test, all the tests that these casks have gone through? Because while the cask may be safe, my concern is while this nuclear waste is transporting through Wyoming, what safety do we have to prevent this from getting into our water or causing any other ecological impact?
Mr. Alexander, you're probably going to get into transportation a little later, aren't you?
I am, thank you, Chairman. I am going to get in transparent, but
Could we hold off on that until we get to that point in the presentation?
But if I may make one comment, Chairman, is that at this point in time, an application from Radiant is not before the agency, specifically on that particular design that you're talking about. Yes, they have been engaged with the NRC on, potentially their application coming forward, but they are not before us, so we have not undertaken a significant review of that. Now, that said, the agency recognizes that Radiant and other vendors are out there are talking about these transportable microreactors, and the agency has taken a lot of looks. We've done significant work with commission meetings. The staff recently presented before the commission, I want to say May 10th, on some of those policy decisions that still need to be made by the NRC Commission itself relative to our regulations to address this unique design aspect of Radiant or any of the others, this transportable aspect. So to that point, I understand your point and your concern, but at the same time, we're still in a review process and we don't even have the application before us.
So, Representative Campbell, could we hold off a little bit and then revisit that a little bit later?
Certainly.
Good questions. We just,
Absolutely.
once we get Radiant up here, then we can ask that.
Thank you very much. If I can continue.
Another question down here,
Okay.
Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question back on the fuel is, and maybe this will be answered by someone else too, and then I'll wait, but does TRISO fuel go through the same process as those standard fuel rods for cooling? Does that require cooling water for TRISO fuels? Is it?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman, as I understand the TRISO fuel, it's going to depend on what the fuel ultimately is. It comes from the PEP, into the little teeny, poppy seed size, and what's the structure in which it's going to go into for use in a reactor. It's going to be somewhat dependent on how that design is played out. And the other aspect of it is it in a gaseous, an inert gas reactor, or is it in a molten salt reactor, or some other design? So it's partially going to be dependent on the design of the reactor and which the fuel is then put. And I don't want to speak for the company or the TRISO by any means, but as I understand it, that fuel is designed such that it has several layers of essentially a containment over and layers. That's what the ceramic is. And so how that plays into how long it has to be in a cooling conditions and then potentially into any dry cask storage, I just don't think we have an answer on that as of yet. Thank you.
Follow-up, Representative?
So right now we don't, the process may or may not be the same as your typical fuel rods. May not have a cooling pond, et cetera, et cetera. So those are all things we'll know before anything would ever get underway. And where would how would that decision made? After they do the analysis of the performance of the unit, et cetera, et cetera?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. Again, that all would be part of the overall application that would come before the agency, the applicant. They're not a licensee until we give them a license. So the applicant would have to describe to us what their safety functions, not only for the reactor, but for the waste, any waste that's generated from the operations of the facility, things along those lines. So that is typically an element of the application. So we wouldn't know until we have an application in-house.
Okay. All right. Seeing no further questions, please
All right,
continue.
and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. Thank you for all the questions. We've been talking about what is today, right? And that's what we can talk about today. So, it's probably reasonable to expect that at least elements or concepts of these safety functions that we're considering may transfer into the future. So just keep that in mind. On this slide here, the ISFCs are designed to protect the public and workers to be able to withstand numerous credible natural disasters and/or accidents. With this in mind, we have established safety requirements that must be met for all of these. They include, along with a thorough and independent safety review by the NRC staff, that the facility can maintain confinement of the radioactive material, provide radiation protection, prevent nuclear criticality. That was one of those functions I missed in my first discussion on this, and maintain the ability for the spent fuel to be safely moved or retrieved is sometimes a term that you may see. I'm going to go ahead and talk about this here. So whether we're talking about a vertical or horizontal storage system, the components in those systems all have the same primary safety structures and components. So whether the middle picture or the picture on the left there. So I'm going to start actually a little bit more in the middle, and you kind of see sort of like these rectangular shapes that are inside of the middle canister there, which I'll talk about. That's what we call the canister basket. It provides the structure, if you will, to put the square fuel assembly pegs into the cylindrical hole. It's how do you put square pegs in that's how you do it, right? It gives it a physical structure to put those assemblies. Now, if assemblies are shaped differently, that inner canister basket would also have to be shaped differently as well. And the main thing that does is it provides neutron absorbing materials to make sure that the fuel remains what's called subcritical. You can't have the fission reaction spontaneously start or otherwise. It also provides radiation shielding and then thermal heat removal. Next layer out from that is the canister itself. That is the sealed, either bolted or welded, and be honest, most of them are. With the exception of some earlier designs that were bolted, almost all are and currently are welded designs. Stainless steel vessels that provide containment of the material within and provides that another layer of radiation shielding, structural integrity, thermal heat removal, and retrievability. Then that canister gets put inside of the overpack, whether it's horizontally in or vertically inserted in. That is the ventilated concrete or steel overpack module, which provides the shielding, structural integrity, and thermal heat removal. So it's passive heat removal. It does not have any moving parts. It uses natural convection. If you look on either of those graphics on the very bottom of each, they're what are called inlet air vents. Cool air comes in at the bottom, passes by the gap between the concrete overpack and the steel canister. If you experience anywhere else, you get convection, you get the air picks up the heat rises through the passes, it pulls the heat off, and it escapes out the outer vents, whether they're on the horizontal or on the vertical type unit. So it is a passive system to be able to dissipate the heat from the residual in those fuel assemblies inside. And the licensees have to take actions to ensure that the bottom vents do not get covered or clogged by snow, leaves, or other storm debris. But at the same time, it is envisioned over the years, you could actually get to the point where you could have essentially no residual heat left in that fuel. And then what also is included in that canister, that overpack, is the actual lid. And sometimes they are, if it's vertical, it's a concrete lid that is bolted on top. That's the concrete lid that's bolted. Or if it's the horizontal units, which I have a couple pictures of later on, it's literally a vertical, but into the horizontal piece there. The other part of our review of these systems is the security measures to minimize the likelihood of malicious acts or sabotage. In that case, the NRC has to review the licensee's programs to meet the security requirements of our regulations under 10 CFR Part 73.51 for the physical protection of the spent fuel while in storage and during transport to provide a high assurance of security. The staff also reviews a number of factors of the overall suitability of the proposed site, including seismology and geology of the site, and analyzes the design to ensure it can withstand a seismic event, event without releasing radioactive material from the canisters themselves. And then with all of our reviews, because it's a federal action, a review process are done in accordance with the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, which we then have folded into our regulations under 10 CFR Part 51. And those were described during this committee's briefing in October of 2024. I'm going to go ahead and move on the slide. Next slide, please. Let's show some pictures. Some more pictures. All right. So what do these actually look like? So 4 manufacturers with 15 cask designs, cast and storage system designs that are authorized by the NRC currently across the nation. There's not just one, it's 4 manufacturers, 15 cast designs. In the upper left picture, that is a ISFSI pad representative of Westinghouse's design, long-term company Westinghouse for use. In the upper right, that's one of those horizontal storage modules with the shield door in place for the NUHOMS, or NUHOMS, storage system by TN Americas. Their international company is called Orano. You may see their name at times. In the lower left, that's an NAC International design in place at the former Kewaunee Nuclear Power Station in the state of Wisconsin. And the lower right is actually an artist's rendering, and I did that one rather than a photo, and the reason why is it has little people next to it. It kind of gives you a scale. That is actually of the Holtec High Storm UMAX design. It is a vertical design, but it is below grade, such that, and it has been used and licensed at a couple different locations in the in the West, including a reactor facility in California, as well as a currently operating facility in the state of Missouri. Next slide. All right, we've talked about Yucca Mountain before, but just to point, this is the point here. The current condition is that the NRC licensees are safely and securely storing spent nuclear fuel as the DOE determines the final disposition and management of the commercial spent nuclear fuel nationwide. The storage of spent nuclear fuel has been and continues to be safely and securely maintained at these facilities and can be done for a very long time if necessary. Nonetheless, the law of the land is a permanent geologic repository as part of the national program. As mentioned by the folks from LSO, the Nuclear Waste Policy Act provided specific roles for various federal agencies as it relates to a national repository. DOE, Department of Energy, is responsible for developing the repository, including site characterization, preparation, submittal of the license application to the regulator, which is the NRC, and if construction is authorized, if it is authorized, the development of the repository would fall to DOE as well, which would also include the emplacement of the waste and the final closure of the facility. The NRC as a regulator would specify the regulations that govern the safe operation of the facility, and then we would do the regulatory oversight if it was to ever open, if we were to issue a license and open it. And then the EPA actually had a role of setting the generally applicable health standards to be incorporated into the NRC's regulations, which they all already are based on their process. The Nuclear Waste Policy Act, as amended in 1987, specified that DOE was to consider Yucca Mountain, Nevada as the first repository. DOE did submit their license application to the NRC in 2008. We completed our safety review and published 5 volumes of the safety evaluation report by January of 2015. And as previously noted, the Yucca Mountain proceeding is currently suspended. I do have the open questions to the chair from the previous questions that I will respond to afterwards. Let's get into transportation if we may. Next slide. So, oh, please.
Representative Knapp, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we move on to transporting, can you describe for me inspection, and I know it's probably more the DOE, but if you have a site with, say, 20 casks, how often are they inspected, and is it all 20 between those cycles, and how is it inspected?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, Mr. Chairman. This is a great question because actually that's work that is done out of my office in the Region 4 office. Our inspectors responsible for the facilities in the western United States go out on a periodicity of, I believe it's about it varies on it, but they're out at least once a year. And what specific things they're looking at may vary from year to year in terms of it, but they're looking at the overall program, and it looks at both the safety and the security of the operations of the facility. And what that means is it includes for loading of casks. So they're out there when they watch when the casks are getting loaded from the spent fuel pool and the whole process, and transporting from the spent fuel pool to the and emplaced at the pad, as we call it. And then for those casks that have been out at the pad for some time, they're looking at aspects in terms of what is the licensee's monitoring of radiation that may be emanating, or to be very transparent, the very little radiation that may be emanating from those casks. They're monitoring systems that the licensee has to have in place, things along those lines. And then the last aspect of that is also the security aspect. I mentioned security a little bit earlier about that, but there is a whole inspection module that focuses on the security apparatus and the process that the licensee maintains to ensure that they could defend against an issue if there ever was one towards that particular facility.
Follow-up, Representative?
So with that inspection, is there ever a visual inspection, a physical inspection, whether it's using ultrasound or any other mechanism?
So thank you for the question, Chairman. In terms of the inspection, there's always a visual inspection of the cask systems in total. In terms of And I think to your question is what about the visual inspection of the, I'll say the inner casks, the confinement casks, because that is a question that does come up from time to time. There is a capability to do that, but that really gets more towards when they get into evaluating for aging management longer term for a potential license extension. I know there was some inspections that were done for some casks at one of the plants in California following a loading campaign to validate that there was no damage or no significant damage to the cask when it was lowered into the system, because there was a question about that. So their capability is there. But in terms of what the NRC is looking at, we're evaluating the licensee's overall management of the system to make sure that it meets the confinement, the radiation protection capabilities, and of course the security aspects as well. Thank you.
Representative Tarver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Alexander, just listening to this, and I'm just curious, it looks like the NRC has spent a lot of time on dry cask storage. And
True statement.
so by doing that, is the NRC doing anything for permanent repository, or are we focusing all on dry cask storage and temporary storage? And is there a time limit to a permanent repository, or are we just going to focus all of our efforts on temporary, which over time, my kids love to do this too. They never really clean their room. They just keep going on and on and on. So are these temporary sites just going to become permanent if we never focus or give a timeline to a permanent repository? Because the way it looks like to me, we're never going to get to a permanent repository if we don't give the federal government timelines, not that they would follow them anyway. But can you talk about that just a little bit?
Thank you for the question, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the question about a permanent repository really does fall back to the Department of Energy and any direction that they're receiving from the administration on that aspect. The NRC is a regulatory agency. We cannot direct an entity, a potential applicant or an applicant to move forward to give us an application. So at this point in time, there's really nothing that the NRC can specifically address in terms of moving forward towards a repository. All I can say is we are in a position, we've done the review that we can for the application that was presented before us, and we're really not in a position to move any further forward. And so we're just ensuring that, that the capability to store the material that is currently accumulating at the sites is done so in a safe and secure manner.
Follow up, Representative Tarver.
That being said then, so I'm assuming by what you just said, there are no permanent repositories in front of you right now to review, other than Yucca Mountain?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. That is a true statement. There are no other applications for a permanent repository before the NRC. The action for Yucca Mountain is in abeyance or suspended at this time. Now the fun part, transportation.
Yes.
All right. And I've spent a lot of time. I do appreciate everybody's time. I hope this has been useful for you all. Obviously the natural point is okay, at some point, maybe there would be a permanent repository and you'd want to transport this stuff. So I want to start out with a little bit more of a high level point in this respect, that transportation and the packaging first and the transportation of radioactive material of all types and quantities occurs every day in the United States and around the world. Yet as commonly as it's done, transportation of radioactive material is often misunderstood by the public in general. That's just the thing. It's one of those things, if they don't see it, they don't know about it, they don't necessarily think about it. But let me offer that transportation regulations incorporate a graded approach to manage the risks associated with radioactive contents of transportation packages. So another way of putting that is that as the potential radiological risk of a material that's being transported increases, so do the safety and security requirements. Those requirements increase in what needs to be done. And those that are, say, for a lab sample that's radioactive, or a radiopharmaceutical, or a smoke detector that may have a small amount of radioactive material in it, those requirements for the transport of those are less so. It's not that they're not required, it's just we do a graded approach to the safety and security of the transport of the material based on the relative risk. But for the transportation regulations include the appropriate requirements for this wide range of radioactive materials. And when they are followed, the transportation regulations ensure that the safety of the public and the environment is ensured. I'll elaborate on this and other points in the following slides, but let me close this introduction in just acknowledging that yes, traffic accidents involving the transport of radioactive materials have occurred both in the United States and worldwide. However, there has never been a failure or release of radioactive material from an NRC-approved transportation package or serious injury or death from a radioactive contents of a package, either during routine transportation or a transportation accident. Therefore, the public and the environment are protected when the transportation regulations are followed, and we conduct inspections of these licensees to ensure compliance with these regulations. I also want to highlight that I did provide a separate brochure, it's the blue-colored one, to the committee called the Safety of Spent Fuel Transportation. Next slide, please. Yeah, that's the one. Thank you. So in the yes, in that one, over 3 million packages of radioactive material, or sometimes we call it RAM, are shipped each year in the United States either by truck, rail, air, or water, though most of it is by truck, and the vast majority of it is this very, very low-level radioactive materials that are used for medicine and other forms of commerce. In Wyoming, the NRC, of course, has entered into an agreement with the governor to relinquish regulatory authority over a subset of radioactive materials, which were previously discussed, while the remaining types of radioactive materials under the Atomic Energy Act, as well as reactors and other types of utilization facilities, are regulated and overseen by the NRC. Therefore, in the state, both the NRC and the Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality has the responsibility to oversee the safety and security of the transportation of radioactive materials through the combination of regulatory requirements, the transportation package certification, and the inspection to ensure that the requirements are being met by our respective licensees. And we could not do this job without the help of Wyoming DEQ and the other 38 states that we have entered into agreement with in the nation. So there are 39 total agreement states with the NRC. We are co-regulators of the safe use and, in this case, transport of radioactive material in the United States. Additionally, as I mentioned a little bit before, we are responsible for certifying packages designed and used for the transport of large quantities of radioactive materials, including spent nuclear fuel. These are called Type B packages, B as in Bravo, and I'll talk about those a little bit in a minute. The United States Department of Transportation is our other partner in this effort, in that they can regulate the conveyances of and all hazardous material shipments while they are in transit and sets the minimum transportation security standards. Their requirements and authorities are in Title 49 of the Code of Federal Regulations, and they define 9 classes of hazardous material, regulates carriers of the hazardous material, and meaning truck drivers, the folks who are running the rails, things like that. That's what a carrier is. They may require the use of designated routes for certain hazardous materials, including for high-activity nuclear waste and spent nuclear fuel, at least in part. Radioactive material is what US DOT calls hazard class 7 material. The other thing is that the NRC has additional levels of requirements for certain subsets of radioactive material, what are called Category 1 and Category 2 quantities of radioactive material, and that's under a different part of our regulations, Part 37. It shows you there's an additional layer that's needed for this special type of material. This is not spent nuclear fuel. We'll talk about that separately. These are those higher quantities of devices that may be used for radiography or high energy sources that are used for significant medical activities, not the low level stuff. So we have what we call additional requirements there under part for Category 1 and 2. But what I'm going to focus on today is the Type B packages, because that's what would be considered and needed to be used for spent nuclear fuel. So next slide, please. And we are required, as I mentioned before, to certify those packages for transport of large quantities of the rad material. Some of those Type B packages may be large metal drums, or they may be very large, massive, shielded transport containers, such as those used currently for spent nuclear fuel shipments. For the purposes of this, again, I'm going to focus on the latter of the two, the big babies, if you will. The Type B package is required to undergo rigorous testing to ensure that it retains its integrity of containment and radiation shielding under normal and accident conditions. That's the key point. Other types of packaging may not require the accident condition testing. Type B packages are required to have the additional accident tests. So this slide shows the normal conditions of transport, which would be to simulate what you'd normally get when it's just handled and transported, a normal transportation route. So you're going to see temperature changes. You're going to see elevation changes, which changes the pressure that the package may see. You drive across Wyoming, you're going to get all of this in one day, right? Different temperatures, different rain, different everything under the sun. And there's many states that are going to be like that. Next slide. Of course.
Co-chairman.
Mr. Chairman, the test for heat, do you know how our cask would respond to high heat like we had recently in the Green River tunnels?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. I don't, in my notes, I don't recall the specific on this aspect, but in terms of the level of heat, but it is significant temperature changes for what we'll say normal conditions of transport. So several hundred degree temperatures, things like that. The other part about type B casks that I'm going to talk to in a second, they're exposed to 500 degrees Celsius fires. Much, much hotter than you would have seen in a transport of a cask or, over normal conditions.
Mr. Alexander, your slide says 800 degrees C.
Did I say 1800?
It says 800 C for fire on the slide that you've given us.
And I apologize, Mr. Chairman. What did I say, 1800? 800?
You said 500.
500. Thank you very much for the correction. It is correct. 800 degrees Celsius is the temperature of the fire under this slide here. So, sorry. Thank you for the question, and my apologies for my misspeak. Thank you. On that slide. All right. Accident conditions. So, these are interesting, right? So they undergo significant stringent tests. So they drop them 30 feet. They go through a crush test. And this is not one cask gets each one of these. One cask gets all of these in sequence. Okay? So it's dropped, it's crushed, it's dropped for a puncture test. It is the thermal immersion, this 800, thank you for the correction, Mr. Chairman, the 800 degrees Celsius fire immersion, and then it's immersed in water for quite some time. And they are exceedingly important for these casks due to the larger amount of radioactive material that could be transported in them. There are dynamic tests to demonstrate the robustness of the packages and provide assurance that the packages would withstand a real-life accident. In particular, sometimes it's like to be said that to be akin to a cask striking a concrete pillar along a highway because you had an accident with the vehicle. So you have the impact, and it may be in a puncturing impact. It's engulfed in a severe and long-lasting fire, say from the fuel of the vehicle, and then it's, for whatever reason, it rolls down and rolls into the river and sits in the river. That's kind of what it's intended to be, and it's really to simulate conditions more severe than 99% of the documented vehicle accidents. Those dynamic tests ensure that the packages are accident resistant, and our technical reviews of the applications for transport package design support the NRC's overall strategic goal of safety. And again, I'd like to stress, there have been 0 deaths worldwide from an accident involving radioactive material associated with the package context. If I can move on. Security is an important part of the transport of radioactive materials, and it increases as we go on. I am not going to go through every one of these points on the slide, but my intent on this point here is that we take a graded approach for the safety aspects, but also for the security aspects. I mentioned before, we have a certain subset of radioactive material that we call type 1 and type 2 radioactive material, quantities of radioactive material that we add additional layers of security that we need for those. What I'm showing here is for category 2, which is the lower of the 2 higher level ones. They have to have pre-planning and coordination activities between the licensee and the receiver, tracking systems, things like that. When you go up to category 1 quantities of radioactive material, it's everything in category 2 plus dedicated movement control center. Possible law enforcement requirements. Some states have law enforcement requirements for like escorts of this type of material. Identification of safe havens and other contingencies, and then pre-shipment trustworthy and reliability determinations for those involved in the transport, i.e. the drivers have to go through that process. I bring this up because I'm just showing the layers are included. So if you go to the next slide, slide 21, when we go to spent nuclear fuel, this is the list that's required under our spent nuclear fuel security requirements in 10 CFR Part 73.37. And they're even more robust than we have for, I will say, still radioactive materials of quantities of concern. But when we're talking spent nuclear fuel, it's even more so. Pre-shipment NRC approval for the routes, both rail and road. Greater coordination with law enforcement agencies before and during the shipment. Enhanced background checks, not trustworthy and reliability, but actual background checks for the individuals involved in the shipments. Advanced notifications to the states, tribal nations, and the NRC before the shipment commences. The use of communication centers and other means to monitor shipments 24/7 while en route. The use of armed escorts and the use of devices that allow the drivers and the escorts to immobilize the vehicle if necessary. And the other part that's important is that this information is not widely available. The Atomic Energy Act of 1954 designates as a very specific type of sensitive but unclassified information, what we call safeguards information, or SGI. And that must be protected from public disclosure, and it concerns the physical protection of not only the operating power reactors, but also spent fuel shipments. So the information regarding these shipments, the details of the routes, the timing, the escorts, all of that would all be for a specific shipment, safeguards information, and not publicly available. So we take this extremely seriously if and when shipments of spent nuclear fuel is shipped across the country. Next slide, and I promise I am getting at the end.
Representative Riggins, please. Okay.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One point we like to bring out about transportation security training is that our partners and I say partners in this case because it is, Department of Energy and the Federal Bureau of Investigation sponsor what we call tabletop exercises to promote the greater awareness and coordination between state, local, and federal assets related to security of significant radioactive materials in transport. They conduct these TTXs, or tabletop exercises, around the country, and they may be observed in person by other state and local government persons who may have an interest in enhancing their organization's preparedness in the realm of radioactive material transportation security. There's several of them listed on here. I will just say this, whether it's Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality, Office of Homeland Security, or other members of a government agency within the state of Wyoming, if they're ever interested in observing one of these tabletop exercises, feel free to have them reach out to me, and I can put them in contact with the right folks at Energy and the Bureau for potentially observing. Finally, thank you. I've gone through a lot of information here. We're going to continue our open dialogue with the state of Wyoming on all these fronts, whether it be for the Kemmerer application before us, any future applications that may become before us, and then just, of course, our continuing work with Department of Environmental Quality here in Wyoming in terms of our agreement and with the governor and their regulation of those authorities. Last slide is simply this. I mentioned those two handouts that I also provided to the committee. If members of the public want to see the web addresses or those QR codes to get those two handouts that I provided. And with that, wow, thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Alexander. Very good information and very thorough. So we'll start over here with Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we've been talking a lot about the transportation of these casks. I think in the situation that we'll be dealing with and discussing here the next couple hours, once those casks are never going to see the highway. Once they load the spent fuel in them, the likelihood of them being transported to a mythical repository that DOE runs is kind of unlikely. For the most part, those casks, the only transportation would be from the manufacturer to the storage site, which maybe typically, and maybe you could tell me this, are they typically pretty close to one another, even at any power plant, or is there some distance that they transport them to? And they're not really ever off your own property, probably.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. In terms of the manufacturers, those 4 manufacturers are located in various parts of the country. To be honest with you, I don't know if I know exactly where each one of them is. None of them, to my knowledge, are near any of the nuclear power plants. But of course, when they get transported, they're the empty casks, right? They're essentially the steel casks with the the baskets inside, and then they'll also have the overpacks will be constructed at the individual sites. They're usually a modular type construction. I've watched that at one of the sites in Kansas actually get put together, and so it's constructed there. So yeah, those are transported in an empty fashion. That is absolutely true. And then once they are filled at a site, as I mentioned before, they are lifted up out of the pool, they're washed down, they're drained of any water, they're backfilled with an inert gas, and then there's a transport system that is part of our assessment, because it's the ISFSI pad is not like right next to the reactor. It's usually some distance, but still on the owner property, where there's a crawler, for lack of a better term, a crawler that they literally use to move the cask into the storage location, the concrete overpack location.
Follow-up, Representative Riggins.
Thank you. Well, I was looking at some of the photos in your slides, and I see a truck driving the highway with 6 casks on it. I mean, they're 100,000 pounds each, and I don't know if that's empty or I don't know what they are. Empty.
So thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. I failed to note, we're talking about the commercial transport, right? The U.S. Department of Energy has transported, and actually some of the commercial has transported limited quantities of spent nuclear fuel across this country, both by rail and road, over several decades, and done so safely. Yes, they are smaller quantities. They may be there may be like single pins or a couple of pins of those assemblies. There may be going from a nuclear power station to a DOE lab for testing. I know INL has received some of those in the past. So those have been successfully transported over both road and rail, but it does depend on the size. But you're right, a lot of it would be on a rail in terms of the movement, but there may be a need for some level of movement over road to get from the site, the ISFSI pad, to the railhead, and then load it onto the rail to move off. It may vary. I think there are multiple plans and looks on those.
No more questions.
Okay. Representative Tarver, question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So let's go back to the permanent repository question.
Okay.
Let's pretend like I want to start that paperwork. Can you give me a time frame working with the NRC, how long that application process would take from start to finish to where we could actually start putting fuel into that permanent repository?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. To be fully transparent, I think at this point in time, I'd be hypothetical, and it would be unreasonable for me to actually speak in terms of what that is, because we won't know what the change perhaps to the application may look like, if it's different or otherwise. So it was a several-year process. As noted, the application came in from DOE in 2008. We issued our safety evaluations throughout the process in 2017. It's a significant facility, so I would be inappropriate for me to even try to guesstimate as to how long that from a repository process would take at this time.
Follow up?
Okay, I'll ask it a different way. So 9 years is what you have spent on the Yucca Mountain, and it's not finished, correct? So we can assume 9 years minimum. I mean, unless something miraculous happened and we just found this wonderful place to stick it. But right now, the fastest you have done a permanent repository paperwork is 9 years currently, and it's not finished. I just want to make the distinction, and I hate to harp on this, but I think the people of Wyoming need to know that permanent and temporary, that's going to get blurred here, okay? Because temporary is going to become permanent, because I really don't believe the permanent repository is going to come. And if it does, it's going to be many years forward. And if that's the case, that's fine, but we just need to be honest with how we're approaching this is the reason for this question.
No, thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the question. I do. Part of the agency's process in terms of reviewing the application, I know, was a on again, off again to some extent in terms of what was the focus of the administration and the direction from the applicant, in this case, the Department of Energy. But when we had the authority to continue our review of that application, we moved through as promptly and quickly as we can. And in the environment that the agency is operating in right now, especially with our increased focus of our mission statement to be efficient and effective in our licensing process, I believe we would move forward, if that hypothetical application comes forward, we would move forward very quickly and but with appropriate diligence to evaluate the situation and the application. But I appreciate the consideration. But I will say this is the spent fuel that has been stored at the sites, in these interim storage facilities, have been done so safely for, in some cases, 40+ years at the sites around the nation. But I take your point well. Thank you.
Representative Knapp.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I want to shift a little bit just because we have the opportunity to ask you about primacy. And if you can describe, we talk about even interim storage. Can you describe for me the Texas case in your opinion, and what is that policy of the NRC to effectively leave states out of a process for interim storage?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the question, but given that the question is before the United States Supreme Court, it would be inappropriate for me to really speculate one way or the other. The NRC did go forward, issue two licenses for two facilities, one in New Mexico, one in the state of Texas, for a consolidated interim storage facility. Those licenses were pulled back based on court decisions. And to be able to address more specifically, it'd just be inappropriate for me since it is before the court at this time.
Follow up. And then, so that leads me to bonding. Do you have any states in the nation that, I know the bonding occurs between the NRC and the vendor or the permit person itself. Is there any state that's involved with backup bonding or have access to be a participant in the bonding?
Thank you for the question. And I believe I understand your point. In terms of bonding, we're talking about we call in our regulations financial assurance in terms of, what would happen, if, for decommissioning and long-term aspects of that. In terms of those individual licensees, I am not aware of any specific actions that in any states where there's been I'll say an agreement or a co-agreement in terms of backup bonding between an applicant or a licensee and the NRC. I may be wrong there, but I'm not aware of anything in terms of between a state and an entity. We have dealt with situations where companies have chosen to terminate their activities and they sold their asset. They wanted to sell their assets to another company for oversight. We've seen this in operating reactors moving towards decommissioning as an example. And what I will say on that is those companies had to come to the NRC for an application for a transfer of that authority and the material and those activities. And when we went through the application for that transfer, that included an evaluation of the financial assurance. And so there are those elements of our review processes to try to ensure that there's no one, if you will, left holding the bag, for lack of a better term, on that.
Follow up. Would the NRC entertain that option of having a state actually be part of that process or part of the ultimate financial obligation relief, I would say?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an interesting question. I don't think, I'm not in a position to speak for the commission of whether or not we would approve something or not. I think it would be a matter of, what would an application look like, what it would come forward, what would be the merits, and that the NRC staff would have to evaluate those merits, assess them in terms of the overall process, and then make a recommendation for a licensing action to the commission or the deciding authority for the situation.
Co-Chairman Anderson, and then we'll go down here to Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're looking at some legislation to try to facilitate the facilities in Wyoming, and it's for the nuclear plant itself. One of the statements that we're making is that we would have a cooperative agreement between the NRC and Wyoming to provide for state regulation of a facility. It's my understanding that the NRC would have that regulation of the facility forever. What kind of regulation would the state of Wyoming be putting forth for a facility?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. You're essentially correct. When it comes to production and utilization facilities and the control of larger quantities of spent nuclear fuel, currently the way the Atomic Energy Act is written does drive that the NRC would maintain the regulatory oversight, and that would not be something that we would be able to relegate, or not relegate, turn over to the state of Wyoming, whether in part or in whole. There are very specific elements that we can and we have exercised those agreements with the state, but that is not something that we have typically done. One of those things that we would have to look at is where's that line cross if the NRC can authorize that or not, and it would be something that I would suspect would have to go before the commission as a whole. Thank you.
Representative Weber first, and then we'll come back here to Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Alexander. I have two questions. On the map on slide 11 of the United States, it shows the 82 locations, but there's some different colors on there, like there's red, what is the orange and what is the blue flags mean?
Thank you for the question, and Mr. Chairman, that is a good question. It really comes down to the licensing style that we used, what we call the general license or the specific license. Some of the reactor facilities chose to come to the NRC with a specific license for the process rather than using a general license. They may have had some specific changes that they wanted from the standard design that a manufacturer may have had. So that's the main thing. And you're right, the one that is blue is actually, I believe, intended to be, it's both. I believe that facility in, I'll call it Central California, has both a specific license for one and a general license, or they're intending to come in for a general license for another, I'll say the other half of their facility. So it's just a general or specific license. Specific license, excuse me.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman? Thank you. A different topic. With the NRC, are you aware of government subsidies, is short-term or long-term, being issued to any of the licenses that we currently have or that will be coming for permitting?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. As it relates to any subsidies from the NRC, that is not a role of us as a regulator. If there are any subsidies, grants, or anything else, that, as I understand it, falls to the United States Department of Energy or other federal agencies.
Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Alexander, in relation to Senator Anderson's question, it's my understanding that any regulatory legislation we brought forward couldn't be less stringent than the NRC, but we could be more stringent in the way of bonding or industrial siting or those type of issues, to put a little bit better sidewalls on what we felt was correct for Wyoming. Is that your view of this also?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. I believe that is generally the case, that state regulations could be more stringent as it relates to siting. However, I'll be fully transparent. The balancing act between siting requirements that are NRC-driven siting requirements versus state-driven siting requirements, that line gets a little bit gray, and we always encourage that the applicants make sure that they have a healthy dialogue between their lawyers, our lawyers, and the state lawyers in terms of where that line is, because yes, the NRC's requirements for siting criteria are very specific as it relates to the radiological safety of a facility, and I'm primarily thinking about the nuclear power facilities. And so there's some very clear lines, and then of course the states have some additional authorities for I'll say industrial sites in general.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Riggins? No. Representative Knapp?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Representative Campbell has given me all these questions to ask today, so. There was a Stanford study in 2022 that talked about small reactors. And in advanced reactors. And in its aspect of having a higher toxicity, I would guess, commercial, we talked about 5% enrichment, and this is up to 19%. Can you talk about that in terms of storage of that waste?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. I personally am not familiar with the Stanford study, though I know there are several other studies that have talked about that. And it's a fair question, right? For many years, we've been using fuel that is down in that 2.5% to 5% range. When you go up to greater enrichment rates, as I understand it, how effectively is the fuel used when it's in the reactor, its cooling time, and all of those aspects all have to be considered as part of the application and part of the safety analysis, if you will, for the storage. Fortunately or unfortunately, however you want to look at it, it's because we don't have an application before us specifically for storage. We're probably not in a position to be able to give you any specific or definitive answers of, does the cast have to be a certain different type of design or otherwise. Every one of those cast designs, as I understand it, for storage or transport, have a very in-depth review, and we'll look at all of those aspects. Those elements that I talked about before, burn-up rate, the condition of the fuel, all of those pieces, it's not a perfect calculus. It's almost like this fine dance, if you will, of the mix of, if you have more burn-up rate, but a lot more time in the spent fuel pool, you've dropped temperatures down more. It is a fine dance that goes along with each one of those, and it would have to be looked at on a system-by-system basis.
Follow-up, Representative?
So in regard to that, the aging management system in place, we're 30 years, 40 years into this process of dry cask storage. Is it kind of a learning experience as we go with everything from degradation of concrete to everything else? Is this kind of a learning system as we go?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. I would say nuclear power and then just the nuclear industry in general, we're always in a learning curve. Well, not that we don't know something, but there are things that have changed, and every environment that these facilities are operating in is different. I mean, it's not a perfect sterile location, it's that perfect lab condition. What's on paper transparently never happens when you put it in the environment. But we have high confidence in the levels. And so I would say, though, while those things have changed and the environments are different, I would say for the most part, everything that we have seen in this agency and in the industry as it relates to aging management, the conditions, the facilities, and the storage facilities, we've been pretty consistent in understanding them, and we're open for the changes, and we expect our licensees to be engaged. It's in their, let's be blunt, it's in their interest to have a safe storage system or a safe operating plant, and to ensure that, and then as part of, we come back over with oversight, we're all kind of working on that. I don't want to say working together, but we're working in parallel to ensure that the public health and safety is ensured.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank you for your answers today and for appearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question in regard to these cast systems. Since this is a brand-new fuel type, I'm assuming there's characteristics that distinguish it from other types of fuel. Is there special safety criteria, and has this specific waste from this fuel, do we know, is there any studies at all how it reacts with cask, and is there anything specific that we should look for as far as safety with that fuel?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. It's a good question, to be fully transparent. It's a good question. However, I think the character, the NRC isn't working in a bubble. The industry has been working, I know, with Department of Energy and the national labs and doing some other work, and I don't want to speak for them, but I would say they would maybe better off to tell you about some of those specifics of those new fuels looking forward and what they've looked at in terms of safety analyses that would move forward with that. We would take that information as part of, we would expect that information that's developed either via industry or via the work with the Department of Energy to get rolled into their safety analysis as a part of their application, then we would take that under consideration when we do the evaluation for the license.
Follow-up, Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quick follow-up. I wanted to, again, thank you as well, Mr. Alexander. This has been very informative. I thank you for your time. No further questions.
And I thank you for the probing questions. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Alexander, for your time. It's been very informative. We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 10:30. And there is a mock-up over here that the Idaho National Lab has provided for us. I encourage everybody to stop by and take a look at that during our break. Okay, time to go back to the salt mine. Do we have a quorum? 3, 6, 7, 8.
Easy there, Chairman. You getting all antsy in your pantsy, aren't you?
We got things to do and places to see. Okay, we have Mr. Morrell with the Idaho National Lab and Mr. David Thomas. So we'll turn the time over to you, Mr. Morrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Glenn Morrell, Idaho National Lab. I'm on the agenda. I don't actually have much to say. I'm but a simple geologist, so I'm going to pass it over to my expert colleague here from the laboratory. Thank you very much.
Mr. Thomas, please proceed.
Chairman, Board, thank you for the opportunity to...
Please introduce yourself for the record.
Yes. My name is Daniel Thomas. I'm a nuclear engineer with Idaho National Lab. I've, in my career, which stretches just about 35 years.
Mr. Thomas, could you pull that mic just a little bit closer?
Sorry. Thank you. My career that stretches about 35 years, I've done work for storage and transport cask vendors, fuel vendors, and the Yucca Mountain project. So I think I can help answer a lot of those questions. And my current role at Idaho National Lab is I manage the used fuel management department, which our mission is to develop technologies and do analysis for the safe and secure storage, transport, and disposal of the nation's spent nuclear fuel and high-level waste. So short way or a long way of saying, I think I can help you with some answers. Now, I can't, as a speaking on a hearing, I cannot speak for the Department of Energy. They have certain rules that they will speak for themselves, and I can't speak for any other federal agency, but I have, I think, some background information that will be helpful for you on that. I gave my presentation. Can we bring that up? So going through the topics that I was going to cover, we're basically passing it by from previous questions that have come up and kind of hit those same topic areas. Again, trying to give that useful background, but I think the key point will be the questions you ask and how I can provide better background information for those. Next slide. So I need to thank everyone for letting me go after Mr. Ryan, because he's already warmed up everyone and given a lot of this background, so I can go a little bit quicker on some of the topics, but a few points I can bring up again to kind of answer some of the questions that came up in the from prior discussions. In my slides here, you'll see the spent nuclear fuel from commercial power reactors, the current generation of them. And as he said, these are metallic rods with ceramic pellets and fuels. And on the demo table, we showed a bunch of the examples over there. So if you want to actually list the actual size, these are scale size. Of these, this fuel looks fairly like a metal container or metal containment of things. It does not look like anything that might happen in or be shown in, I'll say, The Simpsons or other popular culture things. So it looks a little bit different. We were talking about some of the other types of fuel things. This is, again, the commercial, the current generation. There's variations, but a lot of features will be similar. A lot of them will have a pellet type configuration or a compound type configuration or in rods and things. Those are similar features. But we can go into details on a particular design, but the idea and sort of what Ms. Ryan or Alexandra said was that it really depends on the function of the reactor, and they customize these. Now, to give you a background on how much, we have over 300 types of nuclear fuel in this country. Now, the vast majority is the type that I'm showing here. It's over 96% is that commercial power reactor fuel, but we have cases where, and I can talk about this in the past, we do have fuel from TRISO fuel that was made in the 60s and 70s. We've been storing it for a number of years. It is currently, most of it is out at the Idaho National Laboratory. So we can talk about things like that. We also have some of the metallic fuels. We've been storing that since EBR1 in the 50s. So we can talk about all those fuels if you have specific questions, but I want to leave it open to let the questions drive specifics. But okay, that's nuclear fuel. Now let's talk, next question, spent nuclear fuel. Next slide, please. What's different? In the most part, it looks very much the same, except from the fact that it has been used to generate power or produce neutrons. It's now radioactive. It's now thermally hot. So in water, spent nuclear fuel will glow with Cherenkov radiation. And if you were actually to take it out into air and look at it in normal light, it would be a little bit blackened. If you look in that image on the lower right, that's an assembly up in normal air. And you see the silver part to the top, that's just normal metal. The fuel itself has gotten a black protective layer on it. It helps with actually emissivity for the thermal complex. And as Mr. Ryan talked about, the fuel starts off, if you look at the left image, coming out of the reactor, it's still in that water in this case, it's giving off that Cherenkov radiation, that's the blue glow. It's put into the spent fuel storage racks, that's the second image from the left. And then you see the square that they go down into. And then the third image shows the one of those casks being loaded. And then the perspective there is kind of off, but as he was saying, those spent fuel pools are very deep. We're talking easily 40 feet. The distance from the bottom of that, or I should say the top of that rack to the surface is on the order of 25 feet in that particular photo. Once those casks are loaded, then we'll go into the dry storage things. I'll come back to that. The other features that will come up if someone asks the question, what changes over the time? If you look at that top image on the right, that's actually a cross-section view of a pellet under a magnifying glass. And you'll see that one of the features that happens is there will be small cracks form. But that pellet is actually during the course of its irradiation, expands and contracts, and actually becomes very tied to the cladding around it. So it does not, as we, in some of the laboratory experiments we end up doing, is we have to remove pellets from rod segments. It is not an easy task. A lot of times we have to use chemical dissolvers to actually. Now, in the past, in some of the operations, there has been leaks, and we can talk about that too as the off-normal cases. But for the most part, to understand, spent nuclear fuel is not 55-gallon drums. It is not a green ooze. It's a metallic array of rods, or in some cases, in some of the new advanced fuels, graphite arrays, or boxes, or spheres, or things like that. It's a solid, and when you talk about leak and spills, it doesn't really spill or leak very well. That. So understand that as a background technical information. The next slide, going to, again, Mr. Ryan talked about the storage systems, wanted to go through a couple different options there. So as he kind of alluded to, that we've had over 39 years of dry cask storage experience. And during that entire time, we have had zero release of radioactive material to the environment, and related to that, or contamination, I should say, to the environment. Similarly, in transportation, we have moved fuel for several million miles on rail, on road, by boat, with zero accidents. Mr. Alexander had mentioned of some things that he didn't realize we have done as part of the Department of Energy has moved fuel and done things with the Department of Navy and things that are not necessarily in the main purview of what he was referring to for commercial fuel, but things of equivalent size, equivalent radioactive hazards, equivalent thermal hazards have been moved. So understand that background. Now, of these images, trying to give a broad view of what's out there so that you understand, the view in the upper left view is actually at the Idaho National Laboratory site, and you have some of the oldest casks in existence. Those have been on the site since 1986. Those ones, I think they predate the ones that are in the commercial by a couple months, that they were doing some initial tests on those before the first ones were deployed to the Surrey site in Virginia. And that's the oldest licensed ones that the NRC has. But we've had these, again, for all these years, and we have a detailed system where we've monitored these and report on their functions annually for at least the last 40 years. So again, no leakage things. I guess one of the things to understand about the different systems here, and Mr. Alexander already talked about a number of these, but the difference is that we have the vertical ones, we have the horizontal ones, we have welded, we have bolted, we have above ground, we have below ground. And so all of these, and I'll get to this in a couple of slides, go through a similar licensing process. And so I think the real thing to understand is the licensing process is what ensures at the end of the day, safety is met. If it doesn't make it through the licensing process, it doesn't get built, it doesn't get loaded, it doesn't get designed or deployed. So understand that as the background of where anything you see has made it through that funnel or gate term, or use your term of things. So a couple more of the images to point out. The horizontal ones in the lower left, mentioned the picture, Mr. Alexander talked about the below ground ones, the UMAX ones from Holtec. That's a picture of the deployment at the plant in California. One in the center, the Orano, they actually have a vertical one too. They do horizontal and vertical. And that one, if you, in the news recently, that have a waiver to receive one, the one that has the, that lower center image that has the, you would call it a solar panel sticking up from the top, that's the one that is going to be at Idaho National Laboratory in a couple of years. So particular one. And have again on the lower right, have an image of a person next to them. We have the scale models to kind of help that, is that these are rather large. You're talking about a couple story tall building equivalent. For the vertical ones, a little bit over a single story tall for a horizontal one. Couple other images, next slide. Walk through, so there was talk about the private storage systems or consolidated storage facilities, I should say. So you have on the top row on the left, that is the the Texas facility. The one in the center is an image of the proposed Texas facility. The one in the center is the proposed New Mexico facility. And just to give an idea and going across on the lower states, the next one over is the one in Arizona, where we haven't shown an image of this before, but it actually uses a concrete berm around the thing, something different. So that at an individual site, there's lots of different customizations. Now, another thing that has not really been talked about, and it's not used too often here in the United States, but is very popular in Europe, is actually to place them in a buttress building. And that's what the lower left and center left images are. The one is from Germany, is the center. And then a last kind of one that hasn't been mentioned about is the horizontal ones. There's also variations that stack them too high. And that is a Orano TN matrix system. Going on to the next part, next slide. And this is what I was talking about, the licensing process. And again, Mr. Ryan covered this in detail, but there's a couple points that I think would still be useful to understand and bring up. One is some of the details in that process. He stayed at the fairly high level of the Code of Federal Regulations. But when you drop down to the next level, there's a series of regulatory guides that guide all of those. And most of those documents are fairly short, but they point to numerous below them new regs, nuclear regulatory guides. And wanted to point out a number of these because a number of the questions that have come up are kind of answered in those, and give you those references so you can convey those. One of the ones, a lot of the finances, for example, that's in Regulatory Guide 366. And if you go into that, it will reference all the financial requirements and backgrounds and having all that. So that's will be a useful point. Another point was asking about some of the new regs and saying, I think, was it 1536 was mentioned? And there's some confusion there, and I wanted to bring that up because if you do pull in there, you see a lot of the older references mention that, or will point at that, but actually that has been replaced by a new reg 2215. And so there's consistency, but it's 2215 actually took the information from 1536 and other ones and combined it. So if you're looking at that information, a lot of that's the path to find the details in the depths of things. I guess another point to bring up, this is helpful for understanding something that goes through the licensing process with the NRC. And during the process, there's a number of steps, but let's talk about the safety analysis report, the SARS. One part of that SAR, and I'll pick on a particular element of a storage system, a vertical storage system. One of the requirements is it has to be shown to stay upright during earthquakes, floods, tornadoes, missile attack, all these. We spend, as an analyst, hundreds of pages, extensive computer modeling, all showing that it will not fall down under any condition. The very next section, we then say, have to answer the question, what happens if it does? What are the consequences? And we're held as someone submitting a package, so one of the vendors, are still held to the point of, it won't fall down, and if it did, what are the consequences, and are the consequences still within the regulatory requirements? So understand there's that defense in depth in there, so anything that makes it through a licensing process has a pretty good pedigree. Understand that as one point. Another point, I guess, is a lot of these storage systems, this is not to extend the question of how long you should put one, but understand that the Office of Science and DOE and the Office of Regulatory Research under NRC have looked at how well do these perform, how long can they perform, and that question. The idea being that at 1 year past the license date, does it fall apart? And the answer is no. They can show that they can last for over 100 years. So this is just the integrity of the canisters, or if you will, as an engineer, they're overbuilt. That's a requirement that's built into the sites. And then I guess another part of the licensing process, to give credit with the NRC.
Thomas?
Oh, yes.
We have a question, Representative Tarver.
Now, Mr. Chairman, they're built for 100 years. Does that mean in 100 years, the radiation is gone? Just out of curiosity, if they're overbuilt and we're building them for 100 years, what's the time frame of the radiation going to last? I mean, in 100 years, can it fall out? And tell me, at 100 years, if they do crack, do we have a significant problem in 100 years, or is it significantly mitigated in 100 years? And if so, why are we only designing them for 100 years if the waste is going to last 500 or 1,000? Can you expand on that a little bit, please?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question. Very good question. Because the point of the radiation from spent nuclear fuel will drop off. It drops off very dramatically in the short term, and then slowly reaches the point where it drops off very slowly after 20, 30 years. So the point that the radiation coming off of the fuel at 30 years and at 100 years are maybe only a couple percent different, or tens of percent different at most, where the drop from the first 30 hours can be hundreds of percent. So the question of why don't we design for longer is a question of what we can control of the environment. And that's a philosophy that's not really in the regulatory aspect, but a design philosophy that feeds to it. So we consider, for like when we were talking about when we talk about the difference between storage and disposal, we consider storage temporary. Storage has an end, and at the end of that, we have to be able to move the package. So that is that design element. Disposal, we have a period after it's disposed that we have to be able to retrieve it, but the assumption is after we have placed it in there, we don't need to do anything more. It is there for time things. That's our engineering criteria that we apply when we consider that. So going back to the storage, we know that it will last for at least 100 years based on the tests and things we've performed, and looking at the historic behavior of stainless steels and other metals. Again, we don't expect anything hugely different. We've aged materials under laboratory scales, and we know the general behavior of what the pellets will do, what the cladding will do, and things like that. But we don't necessarily have an easy thing we can say, oh, it will be exactly this under exactly this condition, because what is the condition 100 years from now? There's a wide range of what it could be. So we have a design that is robust enough that we know under our worst assumptions, we're still good at least 100 years to be transported back to wherever. Would it stay there for much longer? Yes, likely. But how long, that is not something that's been officially evaluated or analyzed, or we don't have something we can point to the report that says, and the test results to say, this is what it will be.
Follow-up, Representative?
Yes, thank you for that answer. So this graph you're speaking of, is that something you could share with the committee, or is it different depending on the fuels, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Okay, so there's really not a graph that would encompass all fuels. Every fuel would be different depending on the type of fuel, et cetera.
There will be slight differences between, Mr. Chairman, yes, there will be slight differences between, so everything's a little bit customized. We could show a general one, but it's somewhat meaningless in the big picture of, well, I can show mine's different. Oh, yeah, you might be different at that point. Because how we analyze it is we go back to the basic principles that there's literally thousands of different isotopes in radioactive material, in the spent nuclear fuel. And each of those have different decay behaviors. Some of them are gaseous, some of them have different volatilities. All of that's accounted for in the models. And so if I do, as referred to as a different burnup, I operated it slightly different, it'd have a different curve. Now, a lot of that I can do a bounding curve to say it's no more than this, but it's not actually what it is, if that, the difference or the distinction. So I can know what it could maximally be, but I won't know exactly what it is for a particular case.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next part I was going to go through is what I'll say it from a more of a licensee or an outside perspective, what the NRC does, not to speak for the NRC, but just from that outside perspective. During the licensing process, the NRC actually as we observe, goes through actually, I would call 3 separate phases. First phase I'd call their skeptical phase. When they first see a design, they are questioning, will it behave? They ask all those questions and force a licensee to justify. Because again, their goal is safety and security. So all that.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask you, as far as new Reg 1555, how does that fit into this situation?
Mr. Chair?
1555 is the safety analysis as far as the environment.
The environmental work, so a lot of that, I'm trying to say how the best way to explain the pieces of that. So the NRC, when they get a application, so there's a couple phases of the canister and then the site. And so a lot of that goes into the site portion of it, they evaluate after they have the basis of what does the system itself work. Then you jump to your point of how does the environment work and how does it interact with the environment. So that's more the facility side. So that's my next point is when, after they do that canister part, then they start looking at how it would behave in the site. And that's when the NRC is more in a neutral look at local site factor input. They're looking for that aspect.
Thank you, sir. I'm going more along the lines, I'm trying to figure out the guidelines as far as the NRC and the nuclear regulations. as far as with a generator, this is a one of one.
Oh.
To where when it's returning home with the spent fuel inside that, the proposed generator, how does that apply to 1555 as far as environmental concerns? How they're going to be going up and down the highways here in Wyoming?
So those, I think, if I'm not super familiar with that particular one in that application, because normally transportation is covered under a different way, because transportation, although it goes to more locations, it's a shorter term.
Thank you very kindly, sir. That kind of falls back on, I've gone through, and what I'm trying to do is to identify who is responsible in this area. And when I went through there, there's like 20 different nuclear agencies that are involved in this. And because this is a one-of-one model that we're looking at, I have not been able to find what agency actually holds authority over that and is responsible for this.
I'm probably not the best one to talk about that particular aspect of it, just because I know elements of it, but I don't want to give a incomplete or thing. So I will have to defer to later. I can look it up and talk to my people who will point me to it, but the details and how that transitions between the things, I will.
Well, and that's why I asked on their preliminary safety analysis if that was included in it, in the PDSA.
And so not talking about that new reg in particular, because again, I have to go back and look at, in general, through that safety analysis report, that aspect of justifying environmental impacts are included or are a parallel effort. It normally comes in on the design aspect, which is really what I'm sort of talking about right now, is that what are the environmental conditions I have to adapt to or show that I bound.
Understood.
Okay, let's continue.
Okay.
Mr. Thomas.
So
we are getting short on time here, and we've got a lot more to talk about.
Okay, so the next part, so that's from the initial skeptical to the more neutral, where they're asking for the inputs. This is where a lot of the hearings will have. They want to hear from the community of what is the conditions? Did we miss something? Is there a oil plant down the street that might, things. Those are types of things that they do take into account, and unlikely that it hasn't been, but that's the opportunity for the community to bring up those things. What is the specific sites, things, did we miss anything, is the way I like to call that. Then, at that point, after they have addressed all those questions, then the staff then enters the third phase. I don't want to call it an advocate, because they don't advocate for the things, but they advocate that what they have from all their work, it is still safe and secure. And that's when they go in front of the Atomic Safety and Licensing Board and justify that from all their research, all the inputs they've received, this is still a useful or is still safe and secure. And that's the understand that three phases of things, everything the NRC licenses goes through that type of element. The next slide, getting off the licensing process in general into more specific questions on the question about the Federal Consolidated Interim Storage Facility. Now, I know there's been the 12 consent-based siting, CBS consortium, have been established to help provide that information things. And I know they have been active here in Wyoming, providing some of that information. But to understand a little bit of that, some of that, with the new administration coming in, some of that is being reevaluated and determined it might be some changes. They've already changed the name, so you'll also, rather than consent-based siting, you'll also hear cooperative-based siting. So still CBS, but a different thing, seal creation. But they're looking at whether or not they need to change the goals and some of the timelines. Now, we talk about what based on the information by the end of April, the next expected milestones for the release of what they'll call the call for expression of interest will be probably later this year or early next year. That's when they want to start talking to communities and get things. An actual federal CISF is likely more than a decade away based on my understanding of the conditions right now. Will those hold? The administration might decide to change priorities, might move things up. That's possible, but this is the general timeline. As if you wanted to say this is a good guess today, that's what you're talking about, at least a decade off. And there's a timeline at the bottom of that slide. It's probably just about illegible in the things, but if you go to that source in the bottom, you can blow that up to readable scale. And then my last slide then moves over to the Mine Deep Geological Repository. Now, I think there was a number of questions on this, and this will hopefully explain why things are the way they are. One is, so per the Nuclear Waste Policy Act of 1982, as amended in 1987, DOE cannot spend money on any potential repository site other than Yucca Mountain. And then per the administration since 2010, including the current one, Yucca Mountain has been defunded and is not being pursued. So, and the new administration has not stated any revision of this, although there are members of Congress who have been talking about it. So the administration policy as of this date is not changed, and no intent to move. So before DOE can officially start on another site, the Nuclear Waste Policy Act has to be amended again, or a new regulation or a new law replace it. So now, back in, 2009 through 2012, the Blue Ribbon Commission, official title, Blue Ribbon Commission on America's Nuclear Future, outlined a strategy of citing a new repository, including the changes that were needed to the Nuclear Waste Policy Act and the use of a CBS process. But that hasn't occurred yet. So DOE has not done anything on citing a repository. That has not stopped the research. The research arms have looked at other potential types of sites, not a site, but the host rock of repositories. And when that becomes established, they have information to proceed. But until the laws change, they cannot actually do any real citing information other than on a generic basis. And here I state my opinion, again, just based on the fact that I have spent some time on the Yucca Mountain project, watched how things went, and I would say that we are probably 4 more decades off once a Nuclear Waste Policy Act amendment is placed before we would have an operating repository. And then once it's operating, it will take several decades to take the current inventory and get it there. And I can walk through my process of how I came up with 40 years if it matters, but that's, again.
I don't think we need to get into that detail, Mr. Thomas, but we have a question over here, Mr. Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier in the slides, you had a couple of models. That was one you said like in New Mexico and Texas. Would that be an example of these consolidated interim storage facilities? Is that a reflection of that?
Mr. Chair, thank you for your question. So that is reflective of those designs. Of one for the federal system would actually take both of those and combine them and actually have a feature different. So the federal system was envisioned so that it would do what they called like for like. So if it was at a site with a horizontal system, it would move a horizontal system on the site, or vertical or under. So it would be combining those 4 images that were priorly shown of the 4 general types and have all 4 on that one site.
Follow-up.
Follow-up, Representative.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure nobody misunderstood that those were in real existence. So I also noticed on that slide, it mentions a call for expression of interest. Explain that quickly.
Yes, so the whole CBS process, the steps in it, and that was on that timeline in the bottom. The next step in the process, so the first steps were setting up the consortium and providing that information to give that information around the country. The next set is to ask communities, are you interested in learning more? That's the next step. It's not volunteering, I want a site, it's I want to learn more of what are the detriments, what are the benefits, what would be the impact to my community? And that's the next step in the process.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Knapp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in your opinion, is the Nuclear Waste Policy Act and its amendment the reason why we use the word temporary and we have terms of 40 years is to basically circumvent that, to say we're going to store this, 40 years goes to 100 years to whatever, but it's basically this act that's causing that language?
Mr. Chair, good question. It's not that it's necessarily forcing it, but it limits us what we can do until it's amended. It doesn't, the idea of temporary and permanent is sort of been, is the design philosophy that has been there for decades at this point. So we're following what's required, but it doesn't really, the influence is, I can't say it directs us that way. Because again, we as designers of casks or storage systems or transportation systems, we're given, these are the parameters we want it. We want it to last X long. We want it has to work for this period. So it's what we implement, but it's not the assumption that this will be why. This is what the rules we live by.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas, Mr. Morrell. Appreciate your time. Just members of the committee, for the rest of the morning, what we're planning on doing is hearing from our legislators that are here in the room. And then we will hear from Radiant. And then we have a number of elected officials here in the room that we would like to hear from. And hopefully we'll get through that before our lunch break. So Representative Lloyd Larson.
Good luck with that.
Oh, you have little faith. Welcome, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. It's good to be back with you on this topic that we visited with a couple of times during the interim. Just as a refresher, my participation in this conversation, Mr. Chairman, goes back to the time when TerraPower announced that they were going to locate their facility in Wyoming. And a number of us legislators at that time reached out to INL and looked, and INL told us that we probably didn't have any idea of what putting that reactor in Wyoming meant for Wyoming. And they were right. We didn't understand the potential of what the economic boost could be for Wyoming as the nuclear industry resurges. And so since that time, we've been trying to figure out how we could capitalize on our historic mining, as well as now adjust to new industries associated with the generation of electricity and other aspects of the nuclear industry. And as part of that, we've had some of these in extensive work through the Energy Authority, the Business Council. We've attracted the attention of a number of industries that feel that the climate and the regulatory climate in Wyoming is conducive for establishment here in the state. And so during the legislative session, we tried to address the need for a manufacturer who is building advanced nuclear reactors, microreactors, to have the ability to store spent fuel on site. And the need for that is as these microreactors would be somewhat modular, mobile, if you will, and would take place of that 1 megawatt size diesel generation that we see in remote places, maybe in mining, maybe in defense situations, Alaskan villages, those remote places where that 1 megawatt generation is the market. And the intent would be that if those at the manufacturing site, those reactors would be fueled
be deployed to wherever it is that they generate electricity for the course of the life cycle of that, of the fuel in that reactor. And at the time that it needed to be refueled, they would replace it with they would swap it out with a new reactor, bring the old reactor back to Wyoming, refurbish and refuel it. And as part of that process, there would be a need to store the spent fuel. You'll recall that part of the conversation during the session, we got tangled up in the consolidated interim storage conversation in House Bill 16, which, to clear the table, was bringing spent fuel from that exists across the nation and storing it in a consolidated interim storage space. That bill, we had an amendment in there to then try to amend the need for our manufacturers. That failed. We then brought a Senator Cooper-sponsored a bill on the Senate side that focused solely on that manufacturing need, which amends 3511, where we have an exemption now in that process to allow the storage of spent fuel on site for reactors that are generating electricity in the state, Natrium. And the thought was to further amendment and allow for an advanced nuclear reactor manufacturer to also have that same exemption to store that on site. So we're back having that conversation and with a little more education. And Mr. Chairman, I heard a number of questions that I took home and took very seriously from that, from the last meeting we had during session, and would just share with you that I've spent a lot of time really trying to focus on the question of leaking casks. Because if there's leaking casks, then we need to make a decision on that. We need to base the decision on that. And I can tell you that I've reached out to the NRC, to the NEI, and to the other agencies that I'm familiar with. And to date, I have not found any record of a dry cask storage system that is leaking. Now, I've been provided with some information where at nuclear generating sites where there have been system leaks that they've resolved, but they don't have anything to do with dry cask storage. It's kind of like saying your power steering pump is leaking, so that means your rear differential won't work. It's just not the same. We talked about the number of how much fuel. Representative Knapp asked how many tons of spent fuel around there. That number ranges between, on who you talk to, 90,000 metric tons or 94,000 to 96,000 metric tons, which are long tons. If you convert it to the short tons, it's about 103,000. That would fit in the same space as like a Walmart or an Amazon distribution center, is the space size that they feel that could sit in. The other concern that I heard during our last conversation was, what if the manufacturer, whomever that is, something happens that they prematurely exit the state? So then is the state of Wyoming going to be stuck with the responsibility of managing that spent fuel that we've allowed them to be there? And the process between the NRC and the Department of Energy requires, in that permitting process, for the manufacturer to participate in, I'll call it an insurance process, but they pay into and enter into what they call a general contract, where in the event that they do exit premature, the Department of Energy takes ownership and is responsible for the materials that are left behind. Similar to what we see in the gas fields now and reclaiming those mines, or that we've seen in those old mill tailings sites. We talked about transportation. There was concerns about, and we've heard it this morning from Representative Campbell and Representative Riggins. Representative Riggins, you kind of made a comment, and I want to clarify that these, as we know, these casks being stored on site wouldn't be moved. And that's correct. But Representative Campbell, you note that these modular reactors would be fueled, moved as a unit, and when they're done, they would be returned as spent fuel, similar to the transportation of a cask. This is a new concept using this, and the NRC does not have the refined guidance on that, but historically, what we know is it won't be any less lenient than what the CAS would be. So as we've heard from our radiant or manufacturers, that reactor vessel itself would be able to withstand the same conditions that a cask would be able to have. It's interesting that, so we've been transporting fuel, nuclear waste and nuclear things across Wyoming for probably 60 years. We have it coming through on rail. It is an agreement between the Department of Energy and the National Transportation Office and then WYDOT. There's a requirement to identify the governor of any state when a nuclear shipment is coming through the state. In our state, that falls in Homeland Security. Dylan Connor, who's with us today, is responsible for that and designs a plan. And so, they have to have like a 10-day notice. If there's a prospect that it's going to snow, you don't go, right? Or if you hit weather, you stop. It's a very specific and careful approach to transportation across the state on our highway systems. Mr. Connor, as I reached out to him, I found him to be very informative, and it might be worth your time to visit with him. The question was asked if at a manufacturing and with the type of fuels used, would pools needed, cooling pools be needed? The answer to that, from what I've understood, is no, based on the use of the TRISO fuel. The manufacturer can clarify that. So which cast should we require a manufacturer to use? Well, I think that I think we need to be real careful not to require, but to just ensure per the NRC regulation that the CAS system be approved. And I would say that, Mr. Chairman, only because we continue to see CAS being developed, and there may be a much better CAS. And we sometimes make mistakes in the Wyoming legislature specifying a specific type of item, and then they're obligated to that when a better one may be out there. So would leave that. Representative Knapp brought up a conversation on the aging system, and that's the nice thing about all the data that we have over the last several decades is that an aging management toolbox is out there, and we are learning more. We certainly are, but with the age, with the decades of experience, we also have learned a lot, which allows us to make much better forecasts and provides us with the data to, and it's proven that the modeling was accurate. And so I think the fact that we've not, the aging system is there, and it is a resource that's available to the public and to people to understand how that's going on. I think we see, Mr. Chairman, that the NRC process is extensive. There's a lot of, I think the best example was from INL is, okay, so your CAS can't fall over. It won't fall over. The design is it won't fall over. It'll stand all of this, but if it does, what? And that's the levels that they put on there, that there's multiple levels of protection for the environment and for public safety to be there. There was also a question on Representative Tarver. that you bring up on the permanent storage. Great conversation. But it's important also to remember that the law hasn't changed. We're not complying with the law, meaning the federal agencies, the federal government's not complying with the law that Congress passed, which requires a permanent depository. And so that's why we have to maintain this temporary versus permanent, because the law hasn't changed, requiring for a permanent site where this stuff can be placed, and anything, until that's done, everything else is considered temporary. Even if it's 500 years, it's considered temporary because the law hasn't changed to put that into place. Mr. Chairman, I would just close and be happy to answer any questions with the stuff that I have. That I really appreciate the our energy authority, our business council, the NRC, the NEA, the other folks that we've got a group of folks that are associated with the utilities nationwide that are trying to figure out this whole storage system, that have been a great resource to me. And when I talk to them, I have to tell them to talk to me like they're talking to a third grader, because a lot of these acronyms in this world that they live in is different than one I live in. And so they've had to explain to me on a very fundamental basis, but I've just really, it's been a fascinating research and it's been a fascinating amount of time. But to help me only reaffirm to the committee my thoughts on Senate File 186 is that this is an appropriate regulatory change to allow manufacture of advanced nuclear reactors, microreactors, to be able to store spent fuel that is part of the refurbishing and refueling process on site. And would ask, Mr. Chairman, that if we move forward, that I would love to work with LSO. As I think you only have one more meeting, maybe two, but if you draft a bill that we look at the old bill that we had, which was in 3511, we created a new section 22, and also look at just incorporating that back into 1506 in section E, where we do the exemption for Terra Power. And I think working with the Department of Environmental Quality, Director Parfit and Mandy O'Brien, they felt that added a little more simplicity and clarity for those that oversee administration of it. And so would like to suggest providing some options for the, or at least help in providing options for the committee to consider at their next meeting if it be your direction. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Representative Larson. Appreciate that. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Larson, for being here this morning. I heard a few times this morning that about these storage casks. And to date, there hasn't been any leaks. And I may have missed it in all the information that we've had this morning, but I've got to ask this again if I did. Is there a procedure in place if we do get a leaking cask?
Mr. Chairman? Yeah. Thank you, Representative Schmidt. I too have asked that question. So currently on site, if there's a leaking cask, they take it back in, as like the guy from INL talked about. They resubmerge it in the cooling pool and switch it into another cask. If you talk to Radiant, the design they have as a manufacturer is because they're going to have to load those casks, right, with spent fuel. They'll have the mechanism there, if they had a leaking cask, that they could bring it back in there and transfer that fuel to another cask. They also have, as they amended the federal regulations, they also have a mitigation process for repair. We've heard about cracks, we've heard about corrosion, we've heard about other things, and they've updated because welding procedures have changed from the old stick to cold welding and a number of other things. As technology changes, the ability to repair those improve. But bottom line, yes, there's a procedure. It's that policy, okay, the cask won't blow over, but if it does what? Okay, we don't have leaking casks, but if we do, what? And there is a procedure in place to do that.
Thank you for that. One other question, Mr. Chairman, if I may. We talk about storage, spent fuel storage on site. And if I understand that correctly, if that does happen, if these microreactors are take off and we have microreactors or portable reactors around the state, does that mean that that spent fuel will be stored on those sites with the possibility of having multiple sites around the state with spent fuel?
Mr. Chairman, so this amends the statutes for manufacturers who build these reactors. And so if we had one here in Lander and another company thought that that market had value and decided that they would like to manufacture small reactors, call them the Mike Schmid reactors in Hudson, Wyoming, they would be able to store their spent fuel associated with their reactors on their site. So I think if that scenario is what you were thinking, then my answer would be yes. If there are multiple manufacturers around the state, there would be multiple sites where those that spent fuel would be stored.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Representative Larson. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Larson, I am to understand that you're testifying that these little nuclear vehicles that are going to be mobile are going to be able to pass the exact same qualifications for impact resistance, being set on fire, everything else is these little storage casks, which is what the nuclear regulatory guidelines do say. I'm just curious, can you tell me where in their PDSA can I find new Reg 1555 for the standard review plans for environmental reviews for nuclear power plants, the environmental standard review plan issued in October of 1999?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Campbell, I think to my point, that is a regulation that has not yet been defined.
The reason I'm inquiring, Representative, is I'm to understand that this company has already signed a contract for 20 units for $1 billion for delivery in 2028. Since we're already signing contracts, delivering these units from Wyoming, I am just trying to verify that due diligence has been done on the safety environmental factors concerning transportation of this high-level nuclear waste.
And Representative, this may be a question for Radiant.
Thanks for that, a jail-free card. But if I may, Mr. Chairman and Representative Campbell, as I've contemplated this in my mind at 2 in the morning, as we do when we get to be our age, and thought about this, I think the question as we pose that to Radiant is what is the conversation that's going on between them and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to allow the movement of these reactors with spent fuel appropriately across the state's highways?
And Representative, I encourage you to ask that question when they get up. Representative Knapp.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Representative Larson, good to see you. And I know we've had some good debate, some vigorous debate on this. And in that effort, I've tried to open myself up to as much knowledge on this as I can to answer the questions that some of the constituents have. And one of them, during session, I believe I misspoke and talked about leaks with dry cask canisters. Since that time, I think I've learned the difference between pools, which do have leaks across in several places in the nation, the dry cask canisters. But I'm going off the US NRC report from 2013 that talks about stress corrosion, cracking of spent nuclear fuel dry cask storage canisters. And my question is, if we do have, and typically it's with welds, I think, is the biggest issue, bolts or welds. But if we do have cracks in canisters, do you foresee a crack in anything eventually having the potential to leak?
Representative?
And again, I may be showing some of my ignorance here, Mr. Chairman, but I'll try to answer that. But just with my experience over the years, and this is the J.R. Reagan's question as good as any, but you can get a stress crack in metal that will grow, and you can get a stress crack in metal that doesn't grow. And so I think identifying, and some of the information that we received that you shared with me was really interesting, because I think the claim is that you could have a stress crack and then you could have the infusion or encroachment of chloride into that crack, and which would cause it to expand and crack further, which would stimulate the aggressiveness of that. I think that so those I think are facts that are out there, but to date, as they've inspected 20 of those casts, they haven't found that that's happened. And I think part of that that's kind of important is when they, as part of the control of heat, those canisters are also charged positively with helium. And so it's going to be hard for chlorine, if the crack was external, you know, and so they're saying you've got sea salt that gets on a weld, or sea salt that then somehow migrates in. The positive pressure is on the inside, and you would sense that long before the chlorine would have the ability to come in. So with the inspections that they've had so far, they've been very, very positive. They've met or exceeded all the requirements to the level that they are extending the length of time between inspections because of the inspection results.
Okay, let's go on. Thank you, Representative Larson. To Senator Cooper, and see what additional knowledge he can impart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ed Cooper, Senate District 20. Recently, a group of us traveled to Orlando, Florida for a NEI spent fuel conference, and when I requested from Management Council permission to go to that, they suggested I report back to the committee on what we saw. So with that said, I've got a couple things to report on. In the last year, I've made 3 trips to educate myself, one to MIT in Boston, or Cambridge, Massachusetts, which was a nuclear fuel seminar to discuss the different types of nuclear fuel out there. My takeaway from that trip was TRISO is the fuel of the future. That was the topic of the entire seminar. Basically, we talked about all the different types that are out there. The only other one that was discussed fully was the MOX, which is basically the material from reprocessing. The second trip I made was with the NEI to France in December to tour the Orano reprocessing center in the north of France, up in Normandy. Currently, France has multiple reactors operating. 68% of their, I believe is the number, 68% of their electricity is nuclear, and they rely heavily on nuclear energy. they reprocess all of their nuclear fuel in the Orano facility from all across the nation. They also reprocess for several other countries, including Germany and I believe Finland right now. And then France's spent fuel is stored on site, or their actual waste is stored on site. In the reprocessing, they reprocess 96% of the material. 4% of their entire cask, if you will, is the actual waste, and that's it comes down to 2 casks, probably a meter across and 2 meters high. One of them has the vitrified actual waste material, and the second one has the compacted metal from the rods. So when it's all done, they have 2 small casks. That's the entire waste material that's left. They transport all that material to the Orano site by rail and by ship. As we were leaving Paris, we actually saw 3 casks going right through Paris on the rail. And they pointed out to us, there's some of our material going north right there. So it was very educational, but it was also pretty eye-opening to me that reprocessing is probably where we need to go in this country. That's how the rest of the world is doing it. There's so much fuel left in that spent fuel. There's so much potential fuel that we could run for many, many years just on that particular fuel. So,
Representative Tarver.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Senator Cooper, can you expand a little bit on that? So I've done some investigating on the TRISO fuel in particular, and it doesn't look like it could be repurposed at this time. The spent fuel that you're talking about that can be repurposed is not TRISO fuel. Can you clarify that a little bit?
Senator?
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, Representative Tarver, I believe you're correct on that as far as the TRISO being reprocessed at this time. What I'm reporting on is what I saw in France, and they're not using the TRISO fuel, okay? But they are reprocessing fuel from several countries. Their permanent storage is in a room maybe three times the size of this, maybe a little bit bigger than that, not much. They've got 50 years of spent fuel in that room, or 50 years of their nuclear waste in that room. The actual waste. The point being, the future of all this is probably not a permanent repository, in my opinion. What I saw was that the future of it is in reprocessing. We've got nearly 100 tons of spent fuel sitting around the United States in 80-some locations in 36 states. That's just insane. We need to bring that stuff together, we need to reprocess it, and we need to move into at least the 21st century here in the United States to catch up with the rest of the world. We're so far behind, it's really ridiculous. The last trip we made, 4 of us went to Orlando earlier this month for a NEI spent fuel conference. And the buzzword there was also reprocessing. We talked with 4 different companies. There's several of them out there, but 4 of them in particular that are ready to move forward with spent fuel reprocessing in the United States. The technology's there, it's safe, it's clean, and it makes good common sense. That's probably not something we're going to be moving into here in Wyoming in the next few years, but Arkansas is looking at it pretty hard. Several states are looking at it really hard. I'm not here to advocate or promote it, but I'm just to report back on what I learned. I will say that Representative Lean did a really good job of educating herself while we were down there, and she came home with some really good knowledge to pass forward when the time comes, I'm pretty sure. But in general, my report back to you is what I learned, TRISO fuel is the safest, cleanest fuel for the future and for the type of reactors we're going to be building here in Wyoming. And again, reprocessing is the future of the spent fuel at some point probably in the near future. As we go to Energy Council in the next month here, we're going to DC in June, and then to, I believe it's in Anchorage, maybe in September. Spent fuel is on the agenda for both of those meetings. While we're in DC, we'll be presenting some legislation to several representatives to bring the reprocessing statutes in line with some of the things that's going on with the rest of the world. Hopefully we can at least put it in their basket of tools to consider. At the meeting in Anchorage in December, the two of the topics are modular reactors for the Arctic and spent fuel transportation. So the rest of the country is looking at this as well as we are. So that's pretty much what I have to report back to you on what I've learned. And I can go into more detail on a one-on-one if you'd like, but I think in the interest of time today, we need to probably move forward.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate the time that you spent going out there on our behalf to learn about these processes. Any questions for the Senator? Co-Chair, please.
Mr. Chairman, just to clear that up on what we would be replenishing, we'd be replenishing that 100 tons or whatever it is that we have in storage now, and that is not TRISO fuel. That's the old style U-235 that can be replenished. So that replenishment could fuel us for the future, but it would not be TRISO. And TRISO is what we'll probably use for a few of our plants, but the old fuel could be used for the old plants. So we have a combination of two different fuels that we could use in the future. Thank you.
Representative Campbell.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Larson, in regard to the TRISO fuel, you know, I'm looking that this isn't really all that new because this is the same fuel that they used over in St. Vrain in Colorado. It says that the inventory of spent TRISO fuel in the United States was generated by the operation, which ran commercially from 79 to 89, generating 23.35 metric tons heavy metal. Okay, right here's the part. Over a third of this fuel was transferred to the Idaho National Laboratory, the INL. But in 1989, the state of Idaho blocked further shipments to the INL. Can you tell me why that was, sir?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Larson, I have no idea what you're referring to there, Representative Campbell, and I wouldn't be able to speak intelligently on it.
Thank you kindly.
Representative Larson, please.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Campbell, however, there's really an important note because as TRISO fuel is really in short supply with the federal government having the biggest amount of it, they recently elected to release some of that TRISO fuel out of the federal supply to those entities, one being Natrium and Radiant was also, so those were very positive step forwards for those two entities in being able to have access to those fuels.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Lean.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Senator, please.
To add on to what Senator Anderson said there a few minutes ago, on the reprocessed fuel, the reprocessed material is a material called MOX, M-O-X, and that gets spent in a little different type of reactor. I believe it's a molten salt reactor, if I'm correct. And we don't have that capacity here in the United States at this time. So there's going to take some work to make this all work. But in France, that is what they're using their MOX in, is a molten reactor. And It just continues in the fuel cycle. So the other thing they do at that site is they remove the plutonium from that material, and it goes into their weapons type inventory. It's completely separate back from going back into the commercial fuel cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee. I'm going to move really quickly through some concise thoughts. I did send you all a handout that I had been generating just from the notes that I learned. Within there are tables, different types of fuel, different types of reactors, and what that means for Wyoming. It's very technical, so if you need some of the summed up version, I can do that for you as well. For one thing, I have to tell you that I learned while I was down there was that the group that takes care of the spent nuclear fuel in the world that was there, these were people from all over the world that were in Orlando, they work very well together, they are very collaborative, and they are looking 100, 300, 500, 1,000 years into the future. They're not looking about today and tomorrow. They are concerned about that, but they are also looking to make sure that we have very concise and non-ambiguous communication moving forward. This is one of the handouts. It's from the International Atomic Energy Agency, and within it, it's how they address everything nuclear to be able to communicate worldwide. And I'll leave these so you can thumb through them. One other thing that they talk about heavily with the spent fuels is that repurposing, the reason there's no rulemaking done for it is because there was no interest in the United States when we did repeal back some of our nuclear programs, and the rulemaking process is now on the table for interest, as Senator Cooper had said. There are robust regulations that move around all parts of nuclear. I almost wish they were that much for wind and solar, to tell you the truth. I'll speak to the Supreme Court hearing that was held there in March of 2025, because I'm not a part of that. I'm not here to convince you one way or the other about nuclear. I'm just here to give you the information that I had. So the Supreme Court hearing was in March of 2025. It's awaiting a decision. So a private industry said that they would become the interim storage in New Mexico and Texas, and the NRC permitted it. The challenge comes of, do they have the permitting authorization, or is that the Department of Energy? Speaking of the Department of Energy, let's move back to the depository timeframe. The Department of Energy was also at this fuel conference. They spoke about, his name was Paul Murray. It'd take about 16 years from the time that a site was approved and everything had come into play for that to be built and running, would be 16 years. That does not include the time frame for permitting. The permitting for the siting has to do with ground level, domestic terrorism. I was very impressed with the regulations that come forward moving through that. Some of those regulations, if you want to look into them, are, let me find it here, the 7248, the new Reg 2015-2016. Something to note is that Chapter 6 of New Reg 2015 does not apply to TRISO fuel. The subsections of Chapter 15 do not apply to Chapter 2 TRISO fuel. There are different regulations for coastal storage and inland storage because of the corrosiveness of all the different elements that go with living on the coast. Education is a big factor in Europe and around the world. They are putting this into their middle schools and junior highs and high schools. One problem that we do see within this industry is an aging factor, that most people that are in this industry that have been there for a very long time are reaching the age of retirement, and with that goes a knowledge base that we can't get back. So education is becoming a factor. The Department of Energy is also starting a tour of a dry cask, and we're hopeful that maybe it'll make it to Wyoming, because I'd be interested to see one in real life for myself. Some of these handouts have those dry casks in them. This company is Integrity Assessment Group, or RTT. They actually inspect the casks, and they can do so for hairline fractures. What they do is they put robots together, and then they have a camera system, and they can drive all over the dry cask system without fear of radiation or iodine poisoning. And they can tell you if you have hairline cracks, if any of your welds are superseding, if there's any corrosion within the concrete. I was very impressed with this company. I have his name and his card, and I'm happy to pass it on to anyone who'd be interested in speaking to him. He does do them all over, inland and coastal inspections. Let me walk up here. Let's see, they were talking about 200 gigawatts were needed for the future. For repurposing recycling facilities, we did talk about the TRISO fuel is not currently in that. What we do have in Wyoming that could be used in that system would be our uranium. And because you can't run just MOX, you have to mix that. Your molten sodium reactor is different than the natrium reactor, and you'd have to mix it in order to continue to use it. So one good thing is that Wyoming has a lot of uranium, and that would be great for our uranium miners. Education, I'll just leave you with this closing quote. Both the optimist and the pessimist can contribute to society. One invents the airplane and the other the parachute. And I'm open to any questions.
It's amazing you can go to one convention and come back an expert.
Oh, I don't know about an expert. I would say I am knowledgeable, maybe not educated.
Thank you for your time in doing that. Any questions for Senator
Chairman.
Representative Lean? Representative Riggins, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question for all of you. You know, I think the technology and the durability and resiliency of the cask, I think that engineering is solid. And even if whatever legislation you might pass, there's no guarantee that any of this stuff is ever going to happen, even if we pass that legislation. But I do want to know if, for example, the project here in Casper, if it goes forward, would you agree or disagree that the citizens should expect that that spent fuel will remain here for 40 years? I think spent fuel has already been stored in California for over 60 years. And they just got an extension for that permit to 2065. So I think as long as the citizens should know, it's probably not going to go anywhere in their lifetimes.
Do you agree?
Mr. Chairman, I'll take that comment. I do agree 100%. One summed up version of nuclear is there are several pieces of the puzzle that are dangerous. One is iodine, one is radiation, complacency. That becomes the next one that you have to be very compliant with all of the regulations to make sure that we're doing everything we can to avoid any kind of accidents. And the next one would be domestic terrorism.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to comment on that too. The other point on that is the security. The security requirements are the same whether you have one cask or 100 casks. And so the security and the compliance here would be exactly the same as it is in any of the other reactors in 86 sites around the nation, including one in downtown Cambridge, Massachusetts. On the MIT campus, there's a reactor on campus, and that material is stored on campus right downtown Cambridge. So the requirements are the same, exactly the same.
All right, thank you, Senator. Representative Larson, final comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in the conversation about financial assurance, and we talked about could we enter into an MOE with the NRC. I don't think you have to do that. I think what you can do in the bill is allow the Department of Environmental Quality in the review of the application have the authority to add additional financial assurance requirements onto it if they find that the NRC may be insufficient for what Wyoming expects. So I think.
Thank you, representatives and senators.
Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate your time.
I'd like to commend Representative Lean on the job she's done of educating herself in such a short period of time. She really put a lot of work into this, and I really appreciate her help and her feedback on the trip we made down there. It was a great trip, and she made the very best of it.
All right, thank you, Senator. All right, now we'll hear from Matt Wilson, Director of Operations from Radiant, and then we'll take a break for lunch. Mr. Wilson, introduce yourself and please proceed. Thank you for being here.
Do you want to go first? All right. Matt Wilson, Senior Director of Operations at Radiant Industries. Here I have Jesse Defoe with me. Would you introduce yourself as well?
I'm Jesse Defoe with Radiant as well. Thank you for the opportunity to visit with you today.
Thank you, Mr. Defoe.
Mr. Chairman, I have some backup slides. Just in given time, I'm going to focus on an open dialogue statement and then take question and answer, since I heard multiple that I think are fair to direct to Radiant, if that works for you.
Yes, please.
So I appreciate the gentleman from Department of Energy as well as the NRC for sharing their statements. I think a fair takeaway from their commentary is that getting a nuclear project fully licensed and off the ground is really hard. I will follow that up with getting a new design of a nuclear project licensed and up and running is very, very, very hard. And so why would a company like Radiant even try to accomplish this? Why would we be spending years, a lot of money, have multiple prominent US-based venture capital firms invest hundreds of millions of dollars into this concept? And it's a fairly simple answer. We believe we are going to be a piece of the American energy independence work that's going forward. And it's very relevant to the current administration's focus on having the US be in a position of energy dominance. And so I'm going to speak specifically on the nuclear industry for a second. The nuclear industry has been fairly stagnant in the US for the last few decades. There are a lot of exciting projects that have been announced outside of Radiant that I'm very excited about. But when you look at other countries, Russia, China, they are well ahead of us when it comes to projects not just in the pipeline, but coming on every year. And that's not just on the advanced reactor side, that's on the nuclear fuel supply chain as well. And so we believe that we're going to be a small piece of the US-centered dominance when it comes to bringing back nuclear energy and everything that comes with that to this country. So then why Wyoming? So we started with Wyoming because where does all the uranium in the US come from? The majority, it's right here in Wyoming. And then when it comes to Natrona County specifically, where Radiant is primarily a manufacturing company. We do fuel our reactors and refuel our reactors here, but we need welders. We need folks to understand how to work with piping systems, assemblers, technicians. All of those skills are in this local workforce. Why are they in this local workforce? It's because of all the energy industries that Wyoming has supported for all the decades before this one. And so for Radiant to be successful here, and why we can even come here in the first place, is because of the workforce that supports coal, oil, gas, and not just for projects in Wyoming, but across the country and the world. And so for Radiant to be successful here, we need all energy industries in Wyoming to be successful. So we wanted to be a small part of what we see as a growing and skilled workforce. Specifically, I'll call it Natrona County. And then, let's see, advance. And then lastly, I'll just make sure folks have a general understanding of what Radiant's trying to accomplish. Radiant, we're building a 1 megawatt micro nuclear reactor. Our goal is to build the largest reactor you can that fits in a single shipping container. That is so that we are limiting the amount of construction activities that need to happen at a customer site. And the early work on our designs, we're focused on understanding what the request for information, request for proposals were coming from for some of our military organizations. And so we believe a strong use case for our reactors is going to be military-based resilience as well as potential deployment scenarios. And then there's plenty of commercial remote applications as well. For our project to get fully licensed and to operate in Wyoming, I will say that there's a lot of work that needs to go into our licensing pathways. The very first thought that will go into any of our licensing pathways is going to be on the safety of our reactor design, safety of transport, safety of refueling, safety of spent fuel. So you heard from a lot of experts today. We leverage all of those, and we need to get buy-in from multiple different entities to make this all work. So I'll do my best to answer any technical questions on the spent fuel side if that comes up, but I will say that Radiant's intent through all of our licensing pathways is to make sure that safety is the first thing on our minds when we're going to be applying for anything that will support operating these reactors.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Ms. Defoe?
Sure. And thank you again, Mr. Chairman and committee. And we just appreciate the opportunity to come and visit with you and specifically take a look at this company and what they're trying to do. It's very visionary and answering the call for the American energy independence that we need. The growing demand for energy is there, and someone has to answer that call. And I think that Wyoming can be a leader in that. I think this is a very exciting time, especially for somebody with young children in Wyoming, to know that there is opportunities for us, not only to meet the demand that the nation and our world sees, but also for the job opportunities that our children will also see with this type of industry. So we're here to answer questions and to help in any way that we can.
Okay, thank you. We'll start with Representative Campbell. You had a question about transportation.
Yeah, I'll ask you guys the same thing I've asked all day. Apparently, transportation's not important. You know, going from point A to point B is not as important as storing in a stable position. How, on your guys' environmental studies, how are you guys addressing this? Is the kaleidoscope impact proof? Has it been dropped from 40 feet onto a steel spike? Has it been set on fire? Has it been frozen? Has it passed these? The reason why I ask this is I understand you guys have signed $1 billion contract for 20 generators with delivery in 2028. So I'm not saying we're putting the cart in front of the horse, but I am saying my concern is while one of these generators is coming back with spent fuel in it. Let's say, and it's the same questions I asked you a couple months ago when we had lunch. What happens if a 300-ton rock comes down Wind River Canyon, smacks this thing, and throws it into the Wind River? What happens if it gets set on fire in a tunnel on I-80 or caught in a smash and crash in I-80 in a 30-car pileup? These are my concerns. The reason I'm saying this is I don't think that this is a Chernobyl-level event, but I have watched all of your videos as far as your design, and congratulations on your model worked perfectly. But I'm watching, I've been in the oil field for 30 years. And your little generator is made out of graphite and zirconia, and it's in a pressure vessel. From what I understand, you got all the bolts up on the bottom, all the bolts down on the top. You put it inside of a pressure vessel, then it has an air sleeve around it for cooling purposes, and then it's inside of another pressure vessel, again, with bolts sticking out everywhere up on top. You know, you guys were very gently putting it together. Everybody was all congratulatory out there, you know, bolting it down. I have seen some things in the oil field where metal, doesn't happen. If one of these was to get into our water system or anything, the environmental impact is huge. Where are we at in regards to new Reg 1555 and as far as testing?
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, as I answer that, I'd like to broaden afterwards and talk about Radiant's overall licensing strategy, if that's okay.
Sure.
So, Representative Campbell, very, very fair question. And so have we gone through those tests? Do we have a fully licensed container that we can move spent fuel around the US with? The answer is no. We have a lot of work to do to get we need to get a materials license from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to be able to actually hold nuclear fuel at our facility. We need to get a transportation license to be able to actually move our reactors around the US. We need to get a construction license, an operating license, manufacturer. There's all these steps. And to be very transparent, Radiant's built multiple prototypes of our reactor, tested it at scale, and we've used electric heat generation to date because we are working with the Idaho National Lab to complete a fuel demonstration, ideally at some point next year. And so there has been no new reactor design in the US to have been turned on in the last 50 years. So if we do that and we're the first one, that's a huge deal for the nuclear industry and for us. And so we are trying to get through all of these pathways in as fast of a process as possible, but it is a multi-year process to get the transport license fully through. And so will we have to go through these tests of making sure it can withstand 126 mile per hour traffic accident? Are we gonna have to light it on fire? Are we gonna have to drop it on its corner at 30 feet? This is all work that we will have to do. So we can't fuel a reactor and ship it anywhere yet. And we are years away from that, but we have heads down, we're heads down and have a plan to have all these licenses in place. And our ideal scenario is 2028. Our MOUs We have 25 reactors under order right now. Our MOUs do not call out a specific date, 2028, and any repercussions if we don't hit that, because a lot of this work isn't actually isn't fully in the hands of Radiant. We can submit all of our applications, and then we need to take feedback from the NRC as an example. And so we would like to have all this happen by 2028, but we will be working through the realities of how fast this progress goes, and whatever that ends up being, first and foremost, we have to have the license in place, and it has to be safe to actually complete.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may, how many companies globally are pursuing SMRs, do you think, right now? 80?
Mr. Chairman, quick, Representative Campbell, quick definition. I consider small modular reactor anything between 50 megawatts and let's call it 400 megawatts. So
Yeah, I was going 300 or less was kind of where I was.
So there's small modular reactor, SMR, and then I would consider Radiant what's called a micro reactor. So that's anything, let's call it under 5. There's not a clear definition in my mind. It ranges a little bit, but for projects I'm aware of globally, I'd say I'll round up to 10, but I'll focus on the US specifically. Yes.
If I may, I don't know, I was just looking at graphics that said there was 80, because there's there's 2 of them that are currently operating in Russia. There's one that utilizes the passive cooling system, very similar to yours with helium, that's currently running in China. And there's another one that is under process in Argentina, I believe, to go along with the 10 competitors that are here in the USA, Westinghouse and all those guys. Safety is my biggest concern, to where it just seems to me that we're putting a dollar bill ahead of the safety of the people of Wyoming. And it makes me nervous when I'm hearing, oh, we're going to deliver 2028, when we haven't even started the testing. And I'm not talking about in Idaho, I'm talking about the safety tests necessary to go this. And then you have to understand other concerns with Wyoming. This is a 70-ton vehicle. You're talking about having hundreds of these going up and down Wyoming's highways in a couple of years. You know, we need to kind of look at what's the wear and tear in our roads, our bridges, you know, our infrastructure as a whole. This is not I get frustrated because everybody acts like this is just a cut and dried thing. We already got her done, signed the business, let's just get her done, go to lunch. There are a lot of unanswered questions that I think are very important to be answered. And these are the questions that the people are asking me. And that's my job as a representative. It is my job as a legislator to ensure the health and well-being of the safety of Wyoming, not a dollar bill. And as such, that is the reason why I put such emphasis on this, because it's concerning to me that we're full go, but we have no answers on safety or environmental concerns. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Representative, I'll clarify when I mentioned the 10 reactor designs, I was focused on the micro side. You add the small modular reactor, and I'll round up. You get closer to 100, likely around the world. So I will walk you through a alternative scenario that Radiant's not completing. Let's say we test our reactor at the Idaho National Lab next year, and then we heads down focus on all of our Nuclear Regulatory Commission licensing, and we spend 3 to 4 years doing that. We're getting into 2028, 2029, and then we build our factory. We're looking at, in a best case scenario in that world, having factory operations somewhere in the early 2030s. We see this as a race to market, and again, not just focusing on the U.S. We believe that the U.S. is not in a position of strength here, and so we are parallel path. If I can finish real quick, if we parallel path as we're working through our Department of Energy INL DOME program, working through all of our NRC licenses, any activities that we complete on our factory location, that is capital at risk to Radiant. There is no guarantee that we get all these licenses. There have been projects in the nuclear world where they have the concrete set, and then they have to go dig up the concrete and redo it again. So any work that we do is at risk of Radiant, with the intention and hope that all of this goes according to plan. Could there be delays? Are there risks in that plan? Yes, but we are willing to take the capital risks to go ahead and move forward. And we expect that year after year, we will continue to de-risk and we'll be willing to spend more and more capital to make sure that we can turn on these reactors by the end of the decade.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Any other questions? Representative Knapp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, and I enjoyed our meeting also and getting information from you and Gillette. The question I have goes back to financing. I think your project is a $200, $300 million range finance. What dollars specifically are you asking for, applying for from the state?
Mr. Chairman, so we've raised $225 million to date, just to give you an idea on where we are. And you are correct. We're looking at, let's just round it up to $300+ million build out of the factory. And so I'm going to start with how are we going to capitalize that, and then I'll tie it back to anything that Wyoming would be doing to support that. So if we've raised $225 million to date, and there's a lot of work and money spent on the prototype, there's a gap between that and what we actually have to capitalize the factory. We have multiple options. The Department of Energy Loan Program Office, they write sizable loans. $100 million is a very, very small check for them. So we're in active conversations with them. There are bank options, and then there is raising additional private capital as well, or we could go the public market route. When it comes to any specific support from Wyoming, Radiant is not expecting anything from Wyoming. Advanced Casper is supporting a grant application that's not submitted yet, but they are planning to submit a grant application to the Wyoming Business Council that will pull utilities just to the edge of our proposed site north of Bar None. It's outside of Bar None limits. We continue to emphasize, Radiant continues to emphasize, regardless of the outcome of that grant, we are coming to that site. That is our preference, assuming that the community continues to stay on board. So if the community supports or the Wyoming Business Council pulls utilities, the intent of that is not just to pull utilities to a private entity. There is additional developable land that the city or Advanced Casper wants to open up, and Bar None wants to open up, so that there could be additional economic opportunity in the area. Radiant will pull our own utilities, but we will pull it direct to our site, and then that will be future additional work that the city of Bar None or any other Casper and Natrona County entities will have to go do. So the intent of it is to open up that area for additional companies to come in, but it has no representation on whether or not we come to Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. We have a couple over here. Start with Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Wilson, for being here. My question is, has the NRC siting report already been submitted?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, we are in what's called pre-application with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and we have submitted a handful of white papers. So we're having an active dialogue. Last meeting I was at was 6 weeks ago at their headquarters just outside of Washington, D.C., where we were talking about the first license that we plan to submit, which is our materials license. The reason that we're going to submit the materials license first is it's less reliant on the actual design. We know how much material we want to store on site. We just need to show them, here's how we're going to have the site structured. Here's our security plan. There's a little bit more that goes into it, but it's less reliant on the design. So a fair question is why hasn't Radiant applied or submitted any other formal licenses to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission? It is because our prototype development program that's supported by the Department of Energy and Idaho National Lab is an entirely separate licensing structure. And so we have various safety documentation that we have to submit to the Department of Energy to support fueling our prototype reactor. Next summer is our ideal scenario. And if we're selected to go first, there's one other company involved in that process. All of that work that we've done with the Department of Energy will feed into the Nuclear Regulatory Commission licenses that we will ultimately need to submit. So you heard from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission today that to have any chance for the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to have a reasonable pace when it comes to reviewing applications, you need a very, you need a high quality license, you need a high quality application. And we think our our best chance at having the highest quality application is going to be after we've turned on the reactor when it comes to at least the licenses that are relevant to our design.
Follow-up. Yes.
Follow-up, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. How many community meetings have you been involved in, and how many do you have set up going forward?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, so we've had 2 formal town halls in bar none, or sorry, 1, and we're having 1 tonight. I'm getting ahead of myself, actually. The week's blending a little bit. So we've had 1 formal town hall. We're having 1 tonight. We're having 1 each month this summer. So we're gonna have 1 in June, July, and August at a minimum is what we've committed to, and each one will have a different topic. So our town hall tonight is at the Bar None Community Center at 6 p.m. and the topic of this town hall will be on spent fuel. The first one was just an overview on Radiant and what we're looking to accomplish.
Okay. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Wilson, for being here. You kind of touched on the question I had is why Wyoming? And, you know, you mentioned about the trades that are here. I've spent nearly 50 years in the oil field, and a lot of those trades aren't here anymore.
Sure.
Our industry has been decimated over the last couple of decades.
Yeah.
So a lot of those trades are gone. And a lot of those welders that you speak of, I mean, I'm sure nuclear has a whole different set of welding policies and procedures that don't apply, or these welders here don't have the experience with. But so it's got me scratching my head a little bit. You know, one of the big things we've got here is what to do with the spent fuel. And we've got, from what I can gather, there's 10 or 12 states out there that are already storing spent fuel.
Yep.
4 or 5 of those states are accepting spent fuel from other states. So again, why Wyoming? I mean, it doesn't really make sense to me for you guys to set this up in Wyoming when we have states that are already addressing the problems and the hurdles you're trying to get over. Why start a whole new long process of getting another clean state, when I say clean, no nuclear, set up to accept nuclear, when you can do it? So it seems like so much easier elsewhere where this is already being done.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, at the beginning of our siting process, we looked at approximately 10 states. We visited 5 and we toured around likely 50 physical sites. So just to give you an idea of initial scope. The finalists, I'll just name 2. There were others, but let's use Oak Ridge, Tennessee versus Wyoming for an example. So a major benefit of Oak Ridge, if you want to call it that, is that they're very familiar with nuclear. And so would Radiant need to hold monthly town halls in the Oak Ridge community to help the community understand what we're trying to accomplish? Likely not. We probably still would, but we'd expect very early buy-in for our program. So why go through all this additional effort in Wyoming when there's that at least one piece of a scorecard that we could focus on in Oak Ridge? When you call out the peaks and valleys of other energy industries, I actually see that the nuclear industry, specifically Radiant's manufacturing procedures, we can actually help balance that out. And so we do need the rest of the energy industries in Wyoming to be successful, but we actually see more manufacturing and technical capabilities here than we saw in Oak Ridge. There's more operators, but we're a very different type of nuclear than what we see around the rest of the US. I'll go back to Wyoming Uranium. So Radiant does not want to be the last nuclear company to announce that they'd like to come here, and we don't think we will. And so are we an early mover? Yes, but we'd like to further bolster this industry in Wyoming. And I will say we looked at projects like TerraPower, projects like what BWXT potentially is trying to accomplish in the state. And we see a lot of interest. And so, yes, we are expecting and hoping that we can be well received, but we're not afraid to have tough conversations and help Wyoming understand why we think we're a really good fit and a complement to the other energy industries you already support.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for that. I would like to follow up a little bit on Representative Weber's question about how many town halls and public meetings you've had. It sounds like you're doing everything here in bar none. Are you planning on anything around the rest of the state? Because, and the reason I ask that question is because frankly, I've got hundreds of emails that are not in favor of this.
Yeah.
I can count on one hand 2 that said, give me a thumbs up. So I think if it's something that you're going to continue to go forward with, and it sounds like you are, I would like to see some town halls around the state and try to talk to people, let people know what's happening. So, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, we're working through that, and that type of feedback is very helpful as we figure out how do we not just help educate Natrona County on what we're trying to accomplish here, but this is not just a Natrona County question. Nuclear industry growing in Wyoming, that is a broad Wyoming question. And so I can give you a couple examples of other meetings that we've had, and we're more than happy to talk through how do we push this even further. So one I'll call out is 6-ish weeks ago, we met with the Joint Tribal Council, went up to their site in the Lander area. We believe that the tribes in Wyoming are a key stakeholder and need to, at a very minimum, be aware of the Radiant project. And so the action coming out of that was they wanted to have an understanding of what the transportation will look like over time. And so similar to what I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of work to be done there, but we promise to continue to follow up and keep them informed. So that's one example. I have traveled around the state a bit, but I've focused on meeting with representatives. Like, for example, I was up in Gillette meeting with Representative Tarver and Representative Knapp a couple weeks ago. I was at the Wyoming Energy Authority conference in Laramie a week or 2 ago, and then I'm planning to be in Cheyenne for the apologies if I don't get the exact conference correct, but the municipalities conference, because I am also trying to understand we're an 80-person team, and I'm one other person that's traveling around with me. We'll add resources if necessary, but instead of driving around and going to every community in Wyoming, I think the municipalities conference is a good opportunity where a lot of representatives from these different communities will be in the same location, and we're trying to set up conversations and help folks understand so that they can bring information back, and if they have direct requests for Radiant to come out and speak directly in their physical community, we're more than happy to oblige.
Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Larson mentioned, and I think you touched on it, that you had received allotment of high-assay, low-enriched uranium. So how does that benefit? Explain why that was an important hurdle for you to get across.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Chairman, Representative. So it was mentioned that the type of fuel that's used at the light water reactors around the U.S. is what's called low-enriched uranium. It's enriched to 5%. Our fuel is HALEU, the high-assay, low-enriched uranium, so around 19.75%. And so I'll go back to my initial statement where the U.S. is not in a position of strength when it comes to nuclear fuel enrichment, especially at that level. And so the commercial capabilities are fairly weak in the U.S. And so the DOE announcing that Radiant's one of 5 companies that they are going to provide an allotment of HALEU for, that did 2 things in my mind. One, it further legitimizes that Radiant, again, like I'll give an example, the other microreactor developer that is in our program is Westinghouse, 100-plus-year-old company. We're founded late 2019, early 2020, like well-funded, doing well, but it shows, hey, it further legitimizes that we are making clear progress every step of the way. And then 2, we're planning on turning on our reactor, fueling our reactor at the Idaho National Lab Dome facility next year, because there are limited commercial capabilities, both on the enrichment side for HALEU, but also on the fabrication side to turn it into TRISO. That's the type of fuel that we're planning on using. It is important that we were able to show our TRISO fabricator that we have the HALEU allotment so that we can finalize our contract and get that fuel made for our reactor in time for fueling next year.
All right, thank you. We appreciate the time. Thank you very much, Mr. DeVoe. Do you have another question, Representative?
Yeah, I actually would. I know I'm very lovey-dovey time consuming with all this, Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious, does your wanting to come to Wyoming have anything to do with no personal income tax, no corporate income tax, and House Bill 11 giving you massive exemptions and all new manufacturing till 2042? I'm just curious.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I wouldn't say we looked at any specific bills or things that were actively being passed when we were making this decision, but looking at a piece of our scorecard was, what is the business environment? Business environment in Wyoming is very attractive. So yes, that was a piece of our decision-making process.
I have just quick follow-up with that. I noticed in 2019 that the United States government decided that since we were going to go to the moon and to Mars, that we needed a small nuclear generator. And so they put a lot of grant money out into that. And I can't help but notice, because you know, when SpaceX, back when NASA was contracting under the Commercial Orbital Transportation Services, which has been defunct since 2013. But back then, you know, they needed a short-range medium launch vehicle to get our astronauts back. And so that's how SpaceX kind of came to be. Well, I'm looking here with what's going on here. You know, it's kind of coincidental. Mr. I always miss his name.
Mr. Bernauer.
Bernauer. Yes, thank you. Work for SpaceX, and so the other gentleman who started this with. But I noticed that when those contracts came out and the grants became available in 2019, then Radiant started a couple months later in this. So I keep hearing all this about commercial applications and everything, but I see this mostly as geared towards the government. What exactly are you going to bring to the state of Wyoming? I understand 250 high-paying jobs, but with the government being the majority of your contracts, they don't pay taxes. So what exactly fiscally are you going to bring to the state of Wyoming?
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, our CEO worked at SpaceX for over a decade. I could share a very long story around his last project and what sparked his interest in nuclear and how he decided to join and form Radiant. I'm gonna skip that for now so that eventually folks can get to lunch, but I'm more than happy to have one. It's a great story, but it's an enjoyable story. But the grant, so just to clarify, Radiant has raised around $225 million to date. 10 million of that is related to federal grants. A lot of that's tied to either the Department of Energy program we're already a part of, or support for our what's called our secondary loop system, electrical generation. There's some unique technical capabilities that we're creating that the government's interested in, and so there are low dollar amounts that are relevant to a grant. But again, like, we are primarily privately funded, and so directly on like what benefits are we going to bring to Wyoming from a financial standpoint. You referenced day one, if it's 2028, whatever year we have all of our licenses in place, factory built, we're expecting at least a base number of 75 jobs. And then at scale, 50 of these reactors a year, up to 250 jobs. So there's a job piece, capital project, $300+ million capital project. And when you reference that many of our reactors will be military contracts, we don't have a single military contract to date. We are down selected, and we're one of 3 companies that are working on a contract with the Air Force to site at a military base, and we hope that the military is a very good customer of ours. But the 25 reactors I mentioned, those are all commercial reactors. We've shared super high-level numbers. Like, each one of these reactors are in the tens of millions of dollars. They're going to commercial customers. We're going to be paying taxes on each one of those, and so I see a lot of eventual benefit to the state of Wyoming as well there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson. We will wrap it up and have lunch now. After lunch, we will hear from our elected officials, and then we will go into site physical security after that. So thank you, Mr. Wilson and Ms. Dufault.
Thank you for having me.
We will break until 1:45 for lunch. We will begin again at gavel in back at 1:45.